this be our honest endeavor, and the homeland of Kenya, heritage of splendor, from where we stand to defend. Let all with one accord, in common united, build this a nation together, and the glory of Kenya, the fruit of our labor, fill every heart with thanksgiving.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may now take your seats. All right. Since I can all see you just being so quiet here, let's start with an interactive session. And I will have the team assist me with something that's going to pop up on your screens. Are we ready? If you have your phone switched off, you can now switch it on, but in silent mode. Are we ready, Lloyd? Lovely. Okay. So I want all of you to go onto your phones right now, everyone, even the ones online, the one in attendance here as well. So get onto your phones and go to the World Wide Web. When you go there, I want you to type in menti.com. So type in menti.com, not mental, menti.com. All of you have done it? Can I get a yes? Lovely. Now use the code that is to my left on the top. I'll read it for you. It is 57931195. 57931195. I repeat, 57931195. Can you see the little heart that is there? As your screen pops up, have you seen the heart? Okay, tap on the heart. So I'm still waiting for everyone to tap on the heart. And if you look at the screen, you can have a look at the number of hearts that are popping up now. And the numbers are increasing. Yes, my heart is still pumping. So it's 35. I need to get more hearts. So you're going to like it. You know how you press that heart button on Instagram? Just do that. Tick. All right. Now, let's answer some of the questions that are on screen here. So by show of hand, and you're going to do it on your screen as well, how many of us here came in by an electric vehicle, motorcycle, or three-wheeler today? Actually, even I would like to know in the audience. You can just raise your hands. Anyone came in by an electric vehicle today? That's impressive. One person in this room. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to give him a round of applause. ICC, please take note. So, yes, so you have to answer this question on your screen. How many of you here came in an electric vehicle, motorcycle or three-wheeler? Okay, we're going on to the next. What is your role in the Feel free to type in. What is your role in the e-mobility value chain? So whatever you're typing, please note that your answers are reflecting on the screen. And you can view your answers on the screen as well. So keep typing, because we need all of those answers, all of these colorful letters that are popping up. Wow. Financer, user, policymaker, enthusiast, operator, manufacturer, investor, advisor, reseller. Fantastic. What is your role in the e-mobility value? Wonderful. The words are just popping in. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad that you've taken part in this exercise. And as we continue our session, I would like to call upon my co-hosts, Tabitha and Karanu, who will take over this session. And for all of you who are here, I'm Tanya Martin, and it's good to welcome all of you today to this amazing interactive session by the ICC. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Have we had a cup of tea this morning? Are we in better spirits after our host, Tanya Martins, took us through an energizer session? As mentioned, my name is Karanu Mashiri. I will be one of your moderators this morning. And today we just want to acknowledge that we've been invited by the International Chamber of Commerce, Kenyan chapter. And our reason for being here today is that we want to find a way of understanding an e-mobility and infrastructure sector, that we want to find answers towards a viable and sustainable e-mobility industry. With me today is my co-moderator, Madam Tabitha. Tabitha?
Yes, thank you for that, Karanu, and thank you so much, Tanya, also for just bringing us to a stand.
Thank you.
So, very happy to be here. By way of background, I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I am also a member of the ICC's Arbitration and ADR Commission. So within ICC Kenya, there are various commissions, and we encourage all of you guys to get involved. And as my colleague Karanu here was saying, was that we are here to discuss the e-mobility charging infrastructure in the country. So one of the things to note is that this is a very timely and relevant conversation. I think the background of everything is the fact that we are in a global push to mitigate some of the harmful effects of climate change, We also have our commitments to the Sustainable Development Goals. And in effect, there is also a global drive to ensure that there's a net zero by 2050. So we are so pleased to have so many of you here.
We also have within us, we have people joining us online. I would just like to recognize the online community. If you could just give us a thumbs up on the screen, just let us know you're watching us wherever you're from. If you could type in the country that you're joining us from. Here with us, we have various sector holder engagers. We have our partners at ICC Kenya. We have our legal sector with us here. We have manufacturers. And it is such a timely way, as Tabitha said it earlier, that we're having this conversation here today. Because we must have the answer to, can we have a viable and sustainable e-mobility charging infrastructure sector? That it must be viable in the sense that it earns us profit, but it must be sustainable because it must be good for people and planet. By way of background, I am a professional moderator, but I'm also with government in the policy-making industry through Kenya Revenue Authority. At this point, allow me to engage you through our Menti. Menti is a platform that has just been shown by our able co-host, Madam Tanya Martins. So we shall engage you in 2 questions. If you could just kindly just go back to your phones, type in the code that we just had earlier, if we could have support from our media team, and then therefore we can just see where you are. Menti is a tool that we constantly use and in line in terms of trying to be green in everything that we do. We are not circulating papers, but even the papers that we have on your table are sustainable. Tabitha?
Sure. So the first question, has it been asked? I don't think I see it on the screen. So let's, fantastic, there we go. So, first question. What contribution does the transportation sector, sure, okay, thank you. What contribution does the transportation sector make to global greenhouse gas emissions? So you have 4 options there. First one, 17 to 25%, 25 to 35%, 45 to 50%, or 51 to 60%. Okay, I don't think, sorry? Okay, right, so we can see the responses there. There are only 15 responses, but there are more people in the room. So the time ran out, isn't it? Okay, so the response that has the most, or rather the answer that has the most responses is 45 to 50%. And on that has 7 people. But since the time has run out, can I just see by a show of hands if that is indeed the opinion of the majority of the people in this room? That it is 45 to 50%, just by a show of hands. Okay. I like the pseudonames. That's kind of cool, actually. So now, by a show of hands, how many people here think it's 17 to 25%? Let's not vote for the first one yet, for the second one yet. I think if IT team, if you can just sort of hold on for the second question, let's just finish up on the first question. By a show of hands, 17 to 25%. Does anybody here think that that is the answer? Okay, 1 person so far. Okay, so the majority of you think it's 45 to 50%. Now, wow, you really sort of put a lot of emphasis on the transportation sector, but that is actually not the correct answer. The correct answer goes to 17 to 25%. And I believe, Mr. Sam Derutu, you had put up your hand for the 17 to 25%. So it's actually much, much lower than that. Now, according to UNEP, the transport sector contributes approximately 1/4 of all global greenhouse gas emissions. Another source, Statista, which collects data from over 150 countries in over 100 industries, they put it at 17%. So the number sort of fluctuates. But in any case, 17 to 25% is still high. And this is why the electronic vehicle mobility sector is important for helping us to mitigate the effects of climate change and the harmful effects of air pollution. So, can move on to the second question. IT team, can we ask that question again, please? And have. All right. Okay.
IT team, could you please put up the question one more time? As the IT team begins to sort out our issues, the question was, cobalt is one of the core components of a lithium-ion battery. Which country manufactures the highest amount of lithium ion? And we had questioned, the options you had was Australia, Democratic Republic of Congo, and 2 other nations. As the IT team resolves it, just by a show of hand, who thinks it's Australia that's the largest producer of cobalt internationally? Okay, no takers on cobalt. Who thinks it is the Democratic Republic of Congo? All right, I think that's a majority of the room. So for those of you who said it's the Democratic Republic of Congo, you're correct, because the DRC is responsible for producing over 2/3 of the world's cobalt. Excuse me, the world's cobalt. And last year they produced 130,000 metric tons in 2022. The country that followed them was Indonesia at 10,000 tons. So it's not even a competition, it's not even a comparison really. So in terms of trying to answer this question towards a viable mobility sector, we have the answers here within Africa. And with the DRC just recently joining the East Africa community, this is an opportunity for manufacturers to go and set up shop under the ambit of the East Africa community framework. And they can take advantage of the concessions that are there, given country to country. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite our chair to come and give us his keynote address towards a zero. IT team, if you could put up the profile, please. We have our keynote address being delivered by Julius Opio, the Director, ICC Kenya, and the Chair of the Environment and Energy Commission. He will be telling us about the Race to Zero campaign. Julius Opio, as he comes out. So Julius Opio currently serves as a board director for the International Chamber of Commerce Kenya, the local chapter of the International Chamber of Commerce based in Paris. In parallel, Julius Opio is the current chairperson for the Environment and Energy Commission at ICC Kenya, which acts as a voice for business, representing the interest of ICC members in dialogues related to sustainability issues. The Commission also examines major environmental and energy-related policy issues of interest to business via task forces and thematic groups. He is the immediate former chairman of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Nairobi chapter, and he is also the chairman of the Legends Associate Limited, a company providing infrastructure, investment, and innovative solutions in Kenya, including commercial and industrial renewable energy process. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand for Mr. Julius Opio.
Thank you very much. Good morning once again. Good morning. Yeah, today we are very glad to have all of you here. And we quite appreciate that you've taken time today to come and join us here in regards to the agenda, which is in regards to e-mobility and charging infrastructure. And I will quickly just take us through what we are trying to accomplish in ICC Kenya, specifically under the Energy and Environment Commission. Now, there's a lot that has been said here earlier on, and I'm not going to repeat what they've said, but there's a lot of things happening behind climate action. And from where we sit as ICC Kenya, especially under the Environment and Energy Commission, we see a big opportunity in Africa and being driven by Kenya in this regard. So ICC Kenya, when I say ICC, we refer to the International Chamber of Commerce, not the other ICC that some of us think about. This is about International Chamber of Commerce. We are looking at a situation whereby, as an organization, we are interested in working with business community, especially businesses that have an international interest and in the energy and environment sector. And as ICC Kenya, we're coming up with policies. We want to work with the private sector, come up with policies that can see the rapid adoption and uptake of e-mobility, renewable energy initiatives, and anything related to climate action. Now, under the climate action agenda, what the 5 areas we're focusing on, or 6 areas we're focusing on, is e-mobility and charging infrastructure, and that's why we're here today. We are also looking at renewable energy when it comes to solar, wind, geothermal. I think this is an area private sector can play a bigger role. We are looking at also the circular economy when it comes to waste management and recycling. We're also looking at land-based sources like tree planting as an active activity when it comes to cleaning up emissions. And then we're also looking at investment when it comes to green funding and investment opportunities. Another area we're also looking at as the Commission is what we call carbon markets monetization. This is a new area whereby many of us are still learning how to go about it and to optimize on the opportunities. Now, today we're here to talk about Race to Zero. I believe you've all heard about initiatives that the world are taking, various stakeholders in the world are taking in regards to net zero. So there's this initiative called Race to Zero that has been launched around the world, and it's a global campaign to rally leadership and support from businesses, cities, regions, investors for a healthy, resilient, zero carbon recovery that prevents future threats and creates decent jobs and unlocks inclusive, sustainable growth for businesses. So we have different stakeholders that are engaged in this kind of initiative, and they come from different parts of the business community. Non-business, that is, we're looking at non-state actors. We have financial institutions, cities have signed up, various countries and regions have also signed up to this initiative. So we think that there's an opportunity for us, particularly in the private sector, to take a lead in this front. And today, we're going to have the opportunity to share some of the initiatives that have been taken by some of the companies locally. We have a corporate example here from Biofoods Kenya, who will be sharing with us what they've done in regards to going green and climate action. And then we also have the e-mobility sector. We have a number of stakeholders here who are in the vehicle assembling sector, transport, adopters, end users in the EV space. And then also we have our key partners who have joined us today, Kengen, who are the main power producers. They'll be presenting to us what they're doing in regards to clean energy. As you all know, in terms of clean energy, I think Kenya takes the lead in Africa in terms of production of clean energy. And then we also have our key other partners, KCB Foundation, who we've engaged to support us in regards to maybe especially when it comes to two-wheelers, three-wheeler adoption, and possibly also when you go into four-wheel adoptions of vehicles. Now, when you look at the value chain, we have quite a number of opportunities that we can tap into as e-mobility and charging infrastructure stakeholders. And we've also roped in financial institutions to look at the opportunities when it comes to green funding and investments. And we see an opportunity whereby some of us would like to scale up. I know some of us, I've had discussions with some of us who are looking for additional funds to scale up their businesses. So we've also roped in a number of experts in that regard. We also have representatives from the bank, and we believe that there's a way the banks can restructure the solutions that they're offering when it comes to funding of the initiatives, when it comes to charging infrastructure and e-mobility. So with these three remarks, I would like to encourage each one of us to interact amongst ourselves and see how we can drive this agenda faster for mass adoption. From the government side, we've already engaged government, specifically the Ministry of Finance, and hopefully in the next 2 weeks, we shall be having a meeting with the Ministry of Finance with some of our stakeholders from the various sectors to present to them and the proposals we put forward and to see how our policies could possibly be adapted in the next budget statement reading, which will happen at the middle of this year. I think it will happen in June this year. So there's a lot happening behind the scenes, and I would like to encourage each one of us, if you're not a member of the Chamber, International Chamber of Commerce, we have quite a number of our representatives here. Please join the Chamber of Commerce. It's depending on the category that you're looking at. And as members, we shall be able to drive our agenda moving forward. I'm not going to talk more about other commissions. By my good director, Sam Derutu, who's going to take over from me, will talk more about the ICC Kenya and what we're doing as ICC Chamber Kenya in line with our head office in Paris. So with those few remarks, thank you very much for having us here. And please, let's drive this agenda. I know I'm seeing quite a number of familiar faces here. Let's not give up. We started last year in January, and we've made very big traction with the current government, and they're very supportive. And let's keep on the drive. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to introduce my my co-director in the board. I'll introduce Sam Nderitu. He's currently one of our board directors, and I'll hand over to our MC here, who can now introduce Sam. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Opio. A hand of applause for Mr. Opio, please. And I hope you shall all rally to his clarion call to join ICC if you're not a member of the ICC already. As mentioned, please media team project the profile. Mr. Samuel Mbiriri is an advocate in the Kenyan bar, holding a Bachelor of Laws degree from Makerere University, Uganda, a diploma in international commercial arbitration from CIRB London, among other qualifications. He is highly skilled as an arbitrator, mediator, conciliator, and litigator, tutor and examiner of the mediation and arbitration under CIRB London. He's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in London, fellow of the Malaysian Institute of Arbitrators, and the immediate past chair of the Kenyan branch. He's an accredited mediator by CIRB London and the Mediation Accreditation Committee of the Judiciary in Kenya. He is listed in the panel of arbitrators and mediators at the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration, the China Maritime Arbitration Commission, and has an indeterminate right of audience at the IFC court in Kazakhstan, accredited. That's enough. I think you can get the point that he's definitely extremely qualified. A hand for Mr. Samuel, please.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I promise to take not more than 2 hours. And I think I begin by saying that we owe a debt of gratitude to Michael Jackson. In 1991, he worked on recording his album, Dangerous. And out of it came something good, because one of the singles is Heal the World, released in 1992. And for those who did environmental law will know that 1992 we got the Rio Declaration, which is, I think, where this whole conversation about living sustainably started. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm doing this on behalf of the board of ICC Kenya. Our chairman, Engineer Patrick Obath, could not be with us today. Engaged in some national affairs, and the big shoes fell on me. So I'll try and do my best and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the board to the ICC Kenya Forum on e-mobility, the charging infrastructure organized by our News Commission headed by Julius Opio. The ICC is the world's largest business organization representing more than 45 million companies from all sectors and sizes in over 130 countries. It's the only business organization with the UN observer status. The ICC discharges its mandate through various commissions. There are 11 in number, and we'll keep interacting with them during the day. And some of those renowned arms of ICC, apart from the 11 commissions, we have the World Chambers Federation, of which Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and other chambers worldwide are members of the Global Chambers Federation. And then it is run through various national committees, and Kenya is one of the national committees, launched in 2017 and finally registered as a company limited by guarantee in 2019. So I think, Julius, for those of us who began our work in 2019, we need replacements to step away from the board. Others take over, so we encourage you to join this journey. The most renowned one, and I think Daniel was talking about it this morning when we met, is the International Court of Arbitration. It's what most people associate ICC with, but it has many other facets. But the ICC court has been supporting businesses in dispute resolution through mediation and arbitration since 1923. So it's been there for a while. The ICC has been there longer than the court. So the main objective of the ICC Kenya is to work closely with the global ICC body in policy advocacy on behalf of Kenyan businesses, with international operations, as well as linking members of those businesses to global opportunities, thereby exposing them to an array of opportunities. So this is a proud moment for ICC Kenya family, and as we take significant steps towards sustainability through what the Energy and Environment Commission is doing. So counting by what I was saying earlier about Michael Jackson, it's actually 31 years. We are heading to 31 years since the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development came to the fore, and I'm seeing that the world is accelerating towards sustainable practices, and what is being done in the mobility sector is something to be proud of. As you may be aware, setting up charging stations is a basic requirement to have these vehicles, and the experts will be talking to us. I'm not an expert in that field, so they will be telling us what is happening in that space. And I think to achieve this commitment, the government has been doing a few things, such as setting the targets for reducing emissions in the transportation sector by 3.46 metric tons of carbon dioxide by the year 2030. The government has embarked on various initiatives, and you can see this in the issue of a National Climate Change Action Plan and the Kenya's Nationally Determined Contributions 2020. So although the sector is still it's in its infancy, also I thought I saw a car registration KCY, and I was telling myself maybe I'm the one who is behind news, but it seems that this thing has really caught up. The initiatives that has been done, an investment of close to $26 million in new funding in the year 2021. However, lack of supporting infrastructure remains one of the hindrances to the uptake of the EV industry. I know there was an IPO or an expression of interest asked by Kenya Power recently for technology partners to develop and implement a proof of concept for the utilities e-mobility network infrastructure system, abbreviated as ENIS. And we wonder, could trains be next? We hope soon to see trams and trains and everything else that is running on renewable energy other than the ordinary sources of energy. So this could also be a journey towards ending resource-based conflicts which, as we said, ICC has been key through the ICC court in helping resolve some of these conflicts. So these are great strides, and we are quite excited as the ICC to support the Commission in this work, and we hope that we can participate in this journey with you together. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as we lead this conversation today, I'm continually reassured by the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., said in that September day in 1962, that faith is taking that first step, even if you cannot see the entire staircase. So we've begun a journey, and I would want to thank Julius and his team for what they are doing in this space, and everybody else who has partnered with us to make this a reality. So karibuni sana, happy deliberations, and let us move. Thank you. So before I step off, right? All right. So that was just a welcome by ICC Kenya, but as Julius has told you, we are just a baby and part of the global organization. So representing the global organization is Lylene Martins, Head of Sustainability at ICC. I think we can project her profile if you have it. Lylene is joining us online. So as you can see, she's the Head of Sustainability at the ICC, and she leads the development of ICC work on sustainability policy in the context of the ICC Commission on Environment and Energy. As you've been told by Julius before, the Commission brings together business experts from across the globe and is committed to contributing to international policy making and leading international debate on the development of coherent policy frameworks, solutions and tools that enable and scale enhanced ambition and action and facilitate the transition to a sustainable net zero emissions and nature positive economy. So Lylene, if you can hear me, the floor is yours. I know we had to wake you quite early, noting the time difference, but please proceed with your address. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to join you for this forum today, and thank you to ICC Kenya for the kind invitation, and to all of you for having me to share some preliminary remarks from ICC's work on sustainability. And I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate ICC Kenya on establishing the Environment and Energy Commission and for the great discussions that you'll have today. I will share a few slides, which I hope you'll be able to see on your end, and that the technology works well enough. Good. So just to get started, on behalf of ICC, I'm very pleased to share a bit of an overview regarding our work on sustainability. And from this first slide, which really highlights ICC's global strategy for this year, you'll see that unsurprisingly, accelerating sustainability and climate action is a central key pillar of ICC's global strategy. And ICC does have a really key role to play as the official business focal point at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. So with that, I would like to maybe talk a little bit more about what ICC does around accelerating sustainability and climate action. And really, as part of its broader strategy to accelerate sustainability, we work every day to advance sustainability, accelerate action on climate and nature, and ensure a sustainable and prosperous future for all. And in doing so, we try to do so in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the objectives of the Paris Agreement and the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework. And so as such, ICC really is committed to accelerating action and on climate and nature, and to helping businesses to advance environmental sustainability and the collective responsibility to conserve natural resources and project global ecosystems to support health and well-being, both now and in the future. So the UN SDGs, the UN climate and biodiversity agreements have really created enormous opportunities for business willing to put sustainability at the heart of their operations. And putting sustainability first not only enables businesses to drive the transition to a better and more just world, it really makes plain business sense. So why is environmental sustainability important for businesses? Really today, humanity is facing a triple planetary crisis of climate change, nature and biodiversity loss, and pollution. And these intertwined challenges are really threatening the well-being and survival of millions of people around the world and jeopardizing the SDGs. So each of these issues has its own causes and effects that need to be resolved if we are to have a viable future for this planet. So now more than ever, business needs to invest in environmentally sustainable and socially responsible practices to secure a livable future. So while many businesses are already playing a leading role in promoting sustainable practices and development, there is still some way to go in fully engaging the global business community in the 2030 challenge. And delivering on this promise of a more sustainable and prosperous future for us all requires the right policies and incentives, effective tools, and most importantly, collaborative effort to enable the transformation of business practices towards sustainability more broadly. And e-mobility, which is the topic of discussion in your forum today, continues to be and is an important development in global efforts towards the green transition. So I'm quite certain that the discussions today on this topic will be quite insightful and inspiring, talking about working towards a viable and sustainable e-mobility sector. So I would just like to touch upon very briefly what ICC does in the environmental space. And more generally, ICC continues to play a key role in contributing to international policy making and leading international debate on the development of coherent policy frameworks, solutions, and tools that enable and scale enhanced ambition and action and facilitate the transition to sustainable, net zero emissions and nature positive economy. This also includes helping to build an understanding within the SME community of the long-term commercial benefits of sustainable business practices. So I will touch upon some of our key projects for this year for the Global Environment and Energy Commission. The first one being really channeling our business expertise into the critical path climate negotiations ahead of COP28. So as I mentioned earlier, we do have a key role as the business focal point at UNFCCC and have been participating since the early 90s as the key business focal point to channel business perspectives in that process. And so we will continue to do so in the lead up to COP28 that will take place in Dubai this year. And we had quite a successful engagement at COP27 last year, having hosted our first ICC Pavilion and launching 4 key policy products. So touching upon some of the other policy content areas that we're working on, we are developing further guidance for policymakers to enhance the effectiveness of carbon pricing systems, with a particular focus on linking price levels and the use of proceeds, which we're doing in conjunction with the Global Taxation Commission. And this work really builds on previous work we've done in the past 2 years. The first year, we touched on developing key principles for effective carbon pricing mechanisms. And last year, we built further on that to develop key design features for effective carbon pricing, really drawing on some of the key policy instruments that are being used globally. And we were able to assess 5 case studies representative of different geographical policy mechanisms that have been implemented. So this year we will be developing that further to come up with a toolkit and a how-to guide for policymakers. And I was pleased to hear in the earlier presentation that carbon markets is an area that is being explored within the Environment and Energy Commission in Kenya. The third one is quite an important one that we've recently engaged on, and that's really providing insights to support the development of an effective international treaty to end plastics pollution. And so this process was actually kicked off last year when the United Nations Environment Assembly adopted a resolution to develop a legally binding instrument on plastic pollution by the end of 2024. So since then, we have developed a working group on plastic pollution to engage in that process. and were present at the first negotiating meetings that took place in Uruguay at the end of last year, and will be supporting the second negotiation meetings taking place in Paris in May, and have already contributed preliminary views and perspectives based on the consultation that they circulated. So we look forward to engaging with our broader business community to ensure that we have a full representation from business to ensure the shaping of the instrument, particularly as businesses will be key in terms of implementing the treaty. Fourth on the list is really piloting and further developing our ICC Sustainable Trade Framework, which really looks at assessing the sustainability of trade transactions. So we're working with over 200 banks and corporates to develop the Sustainable Trade Finance Framework, and are currently piloting it in the textile industry. And we'll bring that to a close probably the beginning of March, and hope to extend that to other sectors, probably including mining and raw materials, as well as agriculture that we're still considering. But we have received a very positive response and hope to launch Wave 2 of our framework at COP28 this year. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but did want to touch upon a number of other cross-cutting projects that we're working with other commissions across the House. On taxation, we're working with the Commission on ESG and tax reporting. With the IP Commission, we're working quite closely, particularly on the links around biodiversity and innovation. With our SME climate lead, we're working on SME climate action and hopefully having an SME day at COP28 this year. Competition and sustainability, there was a key report that was launched last year that we're looking to support and expand across the region. And last but not least, working with the Trade and Investment Commission on circular economy approaches. So we have quite a broad agenda, and we certainly look forward to engaging a number of businesses and representatives from ICC Kenya. And with that, I would like to leave you to the discussion and wish you all the best for a very fruitful and insightful discussion. And thank you once again for the opportunity to join me today.
Thank you so much, Raylene. Just another hand of applause for Raylene. So as you can see, there's quite a few areas for all of you to plug in these discussions and engagements. It would be interesting to see how ICC Energy Commission, and perhaps Julius, this is a call to you to sort of have more public stakeholder engagements. People can comment on policies, chip into some of the resolutions and all the interesting things that are happening through ICC locally and globally. Now, I understand that there was a video that was to be shown with respect to some of the e-mobility vehicles. Media team, can you confirm? Maybe then that will be shown at a later stage. We do want to start the panel discussions, but before we do that, I just want to shake up the room a little bit. And please forgive me for doing that, but I think it's important. A lot has been said about all the different players in this room, from before when we had Tanya's question and also Julius's address. And I would just like to know, and this is also helpful for you guys to be able to identify people that you can interact with later on and obviously exchange those business cards. So we've talked about the financiers of e-mobility sector. So can we have a show of hands, or even just by standing up, guys, let's just sort of identify you, let your colleagues identify you. So the financiers, maybe put up your hand or stand up. So we have quite a few in the room, fantastic. I know that the KCB Foundation representatives are here as well. Okay, we also have infrastructure solution providers. So if you indicated that you're from this sector, again, please, show of hands. Fantastic. Okay, so do take note of each other, guys. E-mobility startup companies. Great. Another good number, Policy makers and legal advisors within this space. Right, fantastic. So there are two seated at the front. We have Mr. Daniel Ngumi here, who will make a presentation later on, and two more at the back there. Fantastic. Users, we also had a category for users on the screen here earlier on. I guess we are all potential users. I myself would like to own an electric vehicle someday, but users, put up your hand. Fantastic. And of course also the stakeholders, government stakeholders, representatives of KPLC, of KenGen, perhaps just another show of hands so that we can identify you. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. So I think that we can now move on to the next presentation. Okay, so can we have the profile for the speaker from Biofoods media team, and kindly, Mr. Joachim, if you can just, please. Sure, sit, stand, whatever is most convenient for you. And fantastic, we'll have your profile up in a minute.
Let's see what you're going to say about me.
I just want to read off the screen, so it's not so complicated. Okay, fantastic. Did you have a PowerPoint presentation? Yes, I did. Okay. They'll put it up.
But I can also talk without it if you want.
No, whatever is easier. He has also prepared a presentation for us, so we will also be showing that. Kindly let's have the profile and then we can proceed. Okay, great. So Joachim is a serial entrepreneur who believes in creating businesses that impact people and our world positively. For him, it's all about doing good by the 3 Ps: people, planet, and profit. He is a global citizen, Dutch by birth, who has made Kenya his home. Welcome to Kenya. His current 9 to 5 is a CEO of Highlands Drink Limited. However, he is a man who wears many leadership hats, one of which is as executive chairman at Biofoods Kenya, one of Kenya's leading dairy food companies. Also Green Spoon, which is a clean eating e-commerce site where they sell honestly delicious products. He is also co-founder and chairman of Pro Farm Pakistan, serving over 100,000 dairy farmers in the market with products and support. He is also the co-founder of TBL Mirror Fund. This is a private equity fund focused on Nigerian and East African SMEs, and the founder and owner of the Blue Link, a double bottom line investment firm operating in East Africa and Pakistan. So he's previously served as COO of Shujaz Incorporated and Cellulant, East and West Africa's leading indigenous payment firms. He holds a degree from the University of Amsterdam. So pleased to have you here today and welcome. Let's give him a hand.
Thank you. Nice profile. Thank you, Wethiara, for writing it. Good morning, everyone. Do we have a presentation up? Before I start, I really love the whole quiz idea, so I've come up with a question for you. So we very often look at global warming when we talk about the electrical vehicles, CO2 reduction, but there's one thing that I think is very close to home. How many people in Kenya die every year prematurely as a result of pollution? I don't have it. Yeah. You know, you shouldn't have answered. 18,000 people. In our country, 18,000 people die every year prematurely due to pollution, right? What do you think about that? What is when you hear that? Is that shocking?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Exactly. I think we have a lot of high rises in Nairobi, right? I invite you in the early morning to go up, even this building, up the stairs and look over Nairobi. What will you see?
Smoke.
Yeah, exactly. So, despite that globally, it is very important to work on these things. And we see the effects of global warming. I think also if you just travel outside of Nairobi, or if you've recently driven through Kajiado, or if you've recently gone through Kitengela, what do you see? Drought, right? Unprecedented drought. I mean, we all feel it even in Nairobi. So climate change is on our doorstep, but realizing that actually due to pollution, air pollution, actually people every year die prematurely is another notch up on the sense of urgency, right? Good. Second question, how much, if I buy tomorrow in the UK a new, let's say $20,000 EV, and I know there are some EV experts here, by the time I have it here, what's the cost? You have one. You came with one, right? Oh, motorbike, okay. Anybody? Yeah, it's $52,000. Isn't that crazy? So, on the one hand, we live in a world where our brothers and sisters are dying prematurely, right? Due to the vehicles we drive. But we also live in a country, if you want to have a very middle of the road, so to say, EV, which in the UK costs $20,000, by the time you have it here, it's $52,000. Who can afford that? Right? Does that make sense? So I think when we talk about these things, we tend to, when we talk about global warming and policy, it all becomes very woolly. A lot of words, isn't it? But if you bring it back to the essence, global warming is on our doorstep. Deaths are on our doorstep, yet we live in a country where you cannot get a new EV for a reasonable price. Does that make sense to you? Does it make sense? No, eh? So if we talk about these things, that is what we need to be talking about. How do we change that? It's not big policies and projects. It's the question, can we, as citizens that are aware, act today? We can, and we should, right? Okay, so that's just a little bit a wake-up call. Are we all awake? Are you a bit shocked? Yeah? Let me check. You also look so serious. Are you a bit shocked? Right? Motivated? Good, then we start. Let's go to the first slide. Okay, I think we have already spoken about this, but I'll just give a small introduction of myself. My name is Joachim Westerveld. I'm 48 years old. I have been in Kenya for the last 10 years, and I'm the founder of the TBL Group. And in Kenya, we're active in the following companies. So we have Highlands Drinks. Who knows Highlands? Who knows Highlands? You know? I think everybody that calls themselves Kenyan has grown up with Highlands cordials, isn't it? So can I see hands? Who knows Highlands? Ah, we have a lot of Kenyans, that's good. I recently got my permanent residency, so I feel 50% Kenyan now, very proud of that. Okay, the next company is Greenspoon. Who has heard about Greenspoon? Hands? Great, so Greenspoon is the online e-commerce grocery for healthy, sustainable food and grocery items. And basically, what we try to do is as much as possible Kenyan, as much as possible organic, sustainable products. And we also, and I'll get to that later, try to move to carbon zero. Then I'm also the founder of Maxim International, and Maxim International is a feed company. Originally, I founded it in Pakistan, and we're currently building a feed company in Navasha. Then another company, Bio. Who knows Bio? Well, I'm proud. I can go. Okay, thank you. It was nice. I've done my job. No. Bio is the leading premium dairy processor in Kenya, founded in 1992, which we acquired in 2016, and we do a lot of work with our farmers to make sure that you get the best tasting, healthiest and cleanest dairy products. And we're also one of the leaders in sustainability. I'll get to that later. Then a subsidiary of Bio is My Cuisine, which is a company that does jams, condiments, ketchup. I'll stop the commercial here. And then lastly, we are starting up Samagro, which is a joint venture with Victory Farms. Who has heard about Victory Farms? Yeah, Victory Farms is, I think, Africa's largest fish farm. And we have started a joint venture with them to make fish feed. Why is fish farming so interesting? From a sustainability perspective. Who can tell me? Why is fish farming very interesting from a sustainability perspective?
high employment to the farmers for protein.
Exactly. Let's give a big applause here. One of the key items is, if we want to feed our growing nation, we need to make sure that there's access to protein, right? And conversion of protein in fish is 125 to 1. In other words, you need to put 125 in to get 1 gram out. In cows, it's 1.3 in or 1.4 in to get 1 out, right? So fish is a very good way to grow protein for our growing nation. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, I think we as a company, and I'm now focusing a little bit on Bio and Greenspoon, we have made sustainability the core, brought sustainability to the core of our strategy. So we've said sustainability is not something we want to do because it's hip or happening. We want to bring it to the core of our business. It means in every decision that we make in our company, sustainability is a parameter of decision making. And we have therefore committed to halving our emissions by 2030 and moving to net zero by 2050. Very ambitious, I know, but they say, how are diamonds made? How are diamonds made? Under pressure, right? So we said to ourselves, rather than taking it slow, let's put ourselves under pressure, and we're now going to have an absolute emission target as a company to make sure that we push ourselves to be as innovative as possible to make sure that we can achieve this. And that's why this event today is so interesting for us, because we are now buying 5 new trucks, Isuzu trucks, unfortunately, because today I have no other option that is more sustainable. So I'm a user. As it was said, I said I'm a user, I'm a potential user. We really need, as industry, to have more sustainable solutions for our transport. Make sense? Good, let's go to the next slide. We also believe that what you measure, you will improve. So about 4 years ago, we were doing all these initiatives. And we were very proud of ourselves. But we also said, if you don't measure, you don't really know if you're doing nice things or if you're doing the right things. So 3 years ago, we've started with a sustainability report, which started as an internal exercise, so not something which we want to do for the outside world, but which we wanted to do for ourselves, to see how we're doing on emissions, how we're doing on people, how we're doing on water, and to measure every year whether we're making progress, and based on that, determining where we want to focus. The report is available, and it's helping us internally a lot to, it has actually changed our strategy. So we started focusing on other things that we used to do before. I've heard tree planting, very nice. Many people think tree planting is a good idea, but you find that you waste you produce a lot of CO2 in your production process, in your cars, in your travel, right? How many of us fly across the world? We measure all these things, and we say every year, how much CO2 are we producing per metric ton of product put in the market? Yeah, and we're trying and we're working on with a lot of focus to make sure that we decrease that every year. Let's go to the next slide. And by the way, if you have any questions, raise your hands or comments also. Next slide. Now you see here a picture of our factory. So this is our full factory, which is fully. The roofs are full with solar panels, which means on a sunny day between 11 and 3 o'clock, we can run our factory 100% on solar. And what we have done also is we have changed our manufacturing timings to make sure that the heaviest production actually happens during daytime, so that we make sure that we get optimum results from the solar. We have a very elaborate waste and water management program. At this point in time, about 96% of our industrial waste is recycled, and we have achieved huge water savings by recycling. So we clean and we recycle. And what we also do, let me see, water, waste, we do so many things. Water and waste, yeah. So water, what we do is a lot is water recycling, and this has ensured that we have really dramatically reduced the water that we consume. So I think if you want to have more details, read our sustainability report. It's available online. Let's go to the next slide. we have sustainability embedded in all our processes. It means when we make a decision to buy a car, the emission is, or trucks, the emission of the trucks is a parameter of decision making, even though it might cost more money. We have a constant route optimization. We are signed up to the global carbon neutral initiative. We actually are buying carbon credits for whatever surplus we have to make sure that we're carbon neutral. And to be very honest, and we'll go to the next slide, we do a lot of work on our packaging. So we've reduced the plastic in our milk bottles by about 30%. We are already for years a paying member of PETCO, and PETCO is the PET recycling company, meaning that for every gram of PET plastic that goes out, a gram is collected and recycled. We are driving gram for gram recycling, which is the next step, which is, again, hard to achieve in Kenya. But what we're trying to do with the producer responsibility organizations is that every gram of plastic we put out, a gram is collected. And lastly, we are driving for circularity. So we're trying to introduce, be the first one to introduce what you call rPET, which is recycled PET. For those of you who don't know, but no, let me ask a question. When in Kenya, a bottle of plastic is collected and recycled, what happens to it? Who knows? You know? Have you ever asked yourself the question? Do you know? Do you know? What do you think happens? No idea. It just comes back on your table. Okay. It gets flaked. Sometimes it's used here, but many times it goes to China and it comes back as a fleece jacket. Right? So recycling is one thing. Yeah, I see you being amazed, right? So what I'm trying to show you here, we are always talking, if we see these beautiful slides about policies, but you need to ask yourself the question every day, what is happening around me? Right? Because we think, okay, recycling is great. It is great. But it only becomes meaningful if it's not downcycling, but circular, right? So that you get actually bottle to bottle, so that you don't need new petrochemicals, right, to make PET resins, because that's again is an extractive industry, right? So if you make it circular, it means it goes from plastic to plastic. You don't need to use petrochemicals to make new plastic. Make sense? Good. Now you know. Good. Let's give her an applause. Now she knows. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Yes, please.
Village market, they collect plastics. It is recycled into T-shirts that you can wear in Athi River.
That's great. Let's give a big applause for Trademark Hotel. And I think everybody that knows a little bit about CO2 knows that about 14 to 15% of global CO2 emissions are coming from livestock, and especially from cows. Because cows eat and what do? And poop and fart. They fart. Yeah, sorry, it's Tuesday morning, you have to deal with me. They actually fart. That fart is full of methane. So cows are a big producer of CO2, right? That's not a problem that we're going to solve overnight, but what we're doing about it is the following. We have a dairy transformation agenda. It means we're working together with our current suppliers, but also with future suppliers. We're working with counties to help farmers to produce more and better milk. And I'll get to why that's important. We're doing sustainable feeding for profit, meaning that we help farmers to make better decisions on their feeding. Because what happens very often, whoever owns a farm, you look to decrease your feed cost, right? But you actually get less milk. And I'll tell you why that's not a good thing. Lastly, we do a lot of capacity building and training with counties to make sure that also smallholders get access to the knowledge and know-how. And why is that important? I'll ask you a question. What is the average production of a dairy cow in Kenya? Or a cow in Kenya? I'm going to, you probably know. Average production of a cow in Kenya per day. You? Not sure. Do you know? Anybody? Let's name a number. 20 liters, huh? 10 liters. We have 10 liters per day. 10. Here's Shamba owners are here. I see them. Shamba owners. Yes. 10. We have 10. 5 to 10. Okay, so we have 5. Anybody else? Okay, 3 liters. 3 liters per day. That means that cow needs to eat, to speak with my sister there, needs to poop, and needs to fart to produce only 3 liters of milk. Can you imagine? And then we have a population growth. How many cows do we need to feed our growing population? Does it make any sense? Right? That's an environmental disaster. It is CO2 production and it is degradation of our environment, right? Because we don't have enough space for so many cows to feed our nation. Are we together? So the key driver of sustainability in dairy farming is to make sure that we get more and better milk per cow. And that's why it's so important to drive and we're also working together with the Kenyan government to make sure that we reach as many farmers as possible to make sure that they make better choices so that they get more milk per cow, which makes economic sense and which makes environmental sense. Yeah? We are. That's one of the parts of sustainable feeding. So we're doing a lot of work trying to bring the newest initiatives to Kenya to see what we can do. Good point.
Maybe I'd like to share statistics that I know of. You talked about poo from the cow. We have a biodigester running in a school, and the entire food production for the school is done through the methane from the biodigester. The biggest problem in Kenya today is logging and cutting wood that is burnt in schools and colleges, and not only households that we all think in villages. So the biggest problem that we have in terms of deforestation is through the use of wood as fuel in schools. And this could easily all be replaced with a conversion system on biodigesters if action is taken.
Let's give a big applause. I think this goes to show again, there's a lot of things that we can do in our day-to-day. Let's go to the next slide. We are a user of EVs, so we are trying as much as possible in our supply chain to move to electric vehicles. At Greenspoon, we're using electric vehicles and we're using electric motorbikes, and we are going to move our whole fleet as soon as possible. At Bio, because the trucks are larger, we can't do that yet, but I'm looking around the room. If anybody has a good suggestion, we are open for business. We have just bought 5 Isuzu trucks, but we have looked around for options, which we didn't get. So for us, zero emission, and that's where we zoom in a little bit on the discussion that we have here today. We are a company that's totally open for business, and we would move, if there's a viable option, we would move tomorrow. I can give you my guarantee, if there's a viable option, we would sell all our trucks and move tomorrow. So my eyes are on you, right? On you, in particular, Julius, to make sure that we get to a point where we have a viable solution for this in Kenya. Because it's, and again, going back to where we started, when we look around us, we see the heat, we see the drought, we hear that people are dying. It is the thing we need to do now. Not tomorrow, not in a year, now. So I'm very hopeful that we will get good outcomes from the ICC project. Let's move to the next slide. Lastly, our Greenspoon philosophy. So with Greenspoon, we are, as I said, we're trying to bring organic, Kenyan, sustainable food to the Kenyan households. How do we do that? We work very closely together with our farmers. I mean, it's the same as at Bio. So we have a big program of working together with our suppliers to make sure that we enable our suppliers to give these products to our consumers. So what we look at, we support a lot of the development of regenerative farming and making sure that rather than having extractive farming where you have single crop, that you have a rotation system, zero tilling, etc., etc. And anybody who's interested, there's a very beautiful documentary on Netflix called Kiss the Ground. So if this inspires you, I would invite you all to look at Kiss the Ground. Why is it so interesting? Because it shows that big ranches in the US have been able to move to regenerative farming, zero tilling, and make more profit than single crop farms. So they're more successful than single crop farms. And of course, no chemicals. We're also very proud that since this year we are B Corp certified. Who knows what B Corp is? Who doesn't know what B Corp is? Okay. B Corp is the most stringent global certification company for sustainable companies. So they actually come in and they do an audit on your company and they see, are you truly putting people, planet and profit at the same level? And Greenspoon has become a B Corp. Danone is a B Corp. Patagonia is a B Corp. So some of the leading companies in sustainability are B Corp. And I hope, watch this space, that soon we will also be able to announce that biofood products will become a B Corp. Very proud of that. They know my shoe size even, can you imagine? Okay, let's go to the last slide. I think I would like to leave you with a comment. And I had changed the slides, but it doesn't matter, they haven't changed it. Many of us look at sustainability as something that you must do, isn't it? Because it's the right thing to do. I am going to make a plea to you that that is the wrong way of looking at it. Who here feel themselves as entrepreneurs or businessmen? Raise your hands. Business women, business people. Yeah? It's the opportunity of a lifetime. So what many of us do, we do it as a tick the box. We need to be sustainable, we need to plant trees, we need to have a report. But if you look at it as the opportunity, literally the opportunity of our lifetime, you will see that the deeper you go, the more opportunity you have. You will stand out to your consumers, right? I think after hearing my talk today, you think differently about Bio and Greenspoon, isn't it? So it's an opportunity. You will become more efficient because you just don't take CO2 emission for granted. And what comes with that? Cost saving. So you become a leaner company. You will find ways of doing things that you had not imagined were there before. Look at the American farms. American farmers thought you can only make money if you do very intensive single cropping, right? But what was proven once people tried it is that if you went to regenerative and rotational, you actually made more money. So there is opportunity in sustainability. So I would like to leave you with 2 thoughts. No, 3 thoughts. 18,000 people of a lifetime. Thank you all very much. Have a great conference.
Thank you very much for that, Joachim. Let's just give him another round of applause because I think that was quite insightful. You know, it's actually good to break down some of these things and to really highlight the practical solutions and actions that can actually be taken by various players within this whole field of sustainability. So we really appreciate you and for that comprehensive presentation. So right now I'd like to call on one of the partners for this conference and also one of the sponsors, and that is KCB Foundation. And specifically, we have Mr. Oracha Teddy. If you can step forward, please. He is a senior manager for partnerships and business development at KCB Foundation. Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. So he has a 15-year-long career where he's been responsible for overseeing the planning, executing and tracking of grants and projects within the development space in various counties in Kenya at Child Fund International. Before that, he worked with high-profile donors, including Porticus Africa, Child Fund Korea, Conrad Hilton, Plan International, USAID, and county governments to deliver and track project outcomes. He has a master's degree in development studies from Jomo Kenyatta University and also a bachelor's degree in psychology from Egerton University, a higher diploma in psychological counseling from the Kenya Institute of Professional Counseling, and several other professional qualifications in project management, gender mainstreaming, monitoring, and evaluation. Thank you so much for being here and also representing the KCB Foundation.
The national government present, Chairman ICC Kenya, in his absence, Director Sam Diritu, Director ICC Kenya and Chair Environment and Energy Commission, Julius Opio. Acting Managing Director Kenjan Abraham Sarem. Representative from Homa Bay County Offices, ICC Head of Sustainability, Rylam Martin, all partners and corporate present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning again. I want to acknowledge the great work that the ICC Commission on Environment and Energy is doing to facilitate such a forum. For it is pivotal discussion among various players which will ultimately accelerate the transition to green mobility. KCB Foundation is the citizenship arm of the business, and we understand that business can no longer build in isolation. Rather, we must create the shared value by evaluating our impact on people and the planet we seek to profit. At KCB Group, entrenching sustainability in our culture and operations means that we always consider our economics, our social, our environmental impact before we make any decision on partnerships and collaborations. Our sustainability agenda started way back in 2008. This is when we embraced the green agenda, committing to making KCB a green organization. Our geographical footprint and network continues to grow, and we are cognizant of the need to ensure long-term business success by contributing to the economic, social, and environmental sustainability and stability of the society we are operating in. The green agenda runs in our entire business. It includes identifying new strategic partners, opportunities, financing solutions, and funding mechanisms, and best practices that can be deployed by our customers to protect the environment which we are living in. Last year, KCB Foundation partnered with United Nations Institute for Training and Research, UNITA, to promote the uptake of green jobs and contribute towards preserving or restoring environmental quality and equilibrium to the tune of 37 million Kenya shillings. The partnership saw KCB Foundation and UNITA pilot a green mobility program, electric motorbikes by boda riders in Kenya. We have now proceeded into the second phase of the second stage and looking forward to scaling the numbers and scaling this to adoption of both third and fourth wheeler vehicles. We are proud to have allowed boda riders to operate and earn a living while caring for the environment through the net reduction and carbon emissions. As a group, we also signed a partnership between KCB Bank Kenya and Basigo Limited to enable KCB customers in the public service industry to be able to access flexible financial options. Basigo is an e-mobility startup and financing company supplying electric buses within the sub-Saharan Africa. Our customers enjoys up to 90% of funding with an extended repayment for them to reduce their greenhouse emissions and respond to climate change through adoption of mitigation measures. Green mobility offers us an opportunity to attain the goal of achieving the Paris Agreement, goal on holding and increasing the global average temperature, as well as the 2 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial level. KCB Group is happy to support these initiatives under the green umbrella and in line with our commitment to contribute positively to the environment and the people who give us the license to operate. And we always say it's for people, for better. I want to thank you once again for the opportunity and looking forward to a fruitful discussion so that then we're able to make impact as we attain the goal. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause for Mr. Teddy Ombacha. Teddy is our partner from the KCB Foundation, and as he has mentioned, under their pillar of environment, they're looking to ensure that they have strategic partners. They've been on this journey for the past 15 years, so therefore they say what they mean and they mean what they say. Coming up next is our other partner from Kengen. Media team, if you could cue up his profile. Thank you. From the Kengen Foundation, we have Mr. David Muthiki, and one of their pillars is environment. Under the Kengen Foundation, we have education, environment, water, and sanitation as the things that they're looking to impact. So today, as we gather to discuss the issues of e-mobility and the infrastructure viability, we have our very own financier who can come and partner with those of us in this room. Mr. David Muthiki holds a Bachelor of Science in Electrical and Electronic Engineering degree and an MBA strategy both from the University of Nairobi and a postgraduate diploma in project appraisal and management from the Maastricht School of Management in the Netherlands. He also holds the Advanced Management Program from the Strathmore and ICC Business Schools. He's the chairman of the Energy Society of Kenya and has 24 years of experience in the power sector. His current role covers strategy management, innovation, knowledge harvesting, and transfer and business performance at Kengen. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll perform two roles. Number one, I'm representing my acting CEO, Amram Sarem. But before I do that, I'm going to recognize Julius Opio, Chairman of the Environmental Committee at ICC. I also want to recognize KCB for being part of this process. The technology suppliers who are here, the financiers who are here, Kengen team who is here, please Kengen team, I think if you're around, please you can raise your hand. Yeah, that's the Kengen team. We have our senior R&D engineer, Anthony Langat, our chief engineer innovation, James Kahutu, my technical assistant, Samuel Karanja, our communications team, and more important, we have our driver, Benson, who is somewhere, and we have brought one of our EV pickup. So if you want to know first-hand information, experience, I think create some time, some minutes, and see him outside. He will tell you how the whole experience of using an EV is, and what savings he is experiencing, and how much stress it has actually reduced by driving an EV car. So I'm told I have 15 minutes and another 5 minutes. So I would want to put some slides here. But before I put some slides, I think the message from our CEO is actually in a 6-point format without reading the entire speech. Number one is the reason why Kengen is doing EV and the reason why Kengen is here today. Number one, we relate with the viability and sustainability. Is this viable and can it be done sustainably? And one of our strategies at Kengen is to give Kenyans renewable electricity using geothermal. Geothermal is indigenous, it's local, you don't have to import it. You just need to mine it from the Great Rift Valley. And you have tested it over years, from 1950s up to now, those are many years. And we know it is viable and it is sustainable. And therefore, when you go to EV, we will be guaranteeing you renewable, clean electricity that will power your EV cars. So when you use your car when you charge your car with this renewable energy, you're creating a market for a product. So that's the point number one why we are here. We're expanding our market for a product which is renewable energy, green energy. And the most important, we are also number two, promoting productive use of electricity. So if you run your EV more efficiently, then it means you believe you'll be more productive, you'll be saving money from using electricity, therefore you have more money in your pocket, that maybe you have more savings that will actually enhance your business or your SMEs that you are doing. That is both for individuals and also corporates. Number three, we are also mitigating climate change. by generating power and also cutting transport emissions. And more important, from the economic perspective, we will be reducing the fuel importing bill. That's a role we're also playing indirectly, and making sure when that happens, we're also raising the standard of living for our population. Finally, is we want to be part and parcel, to be catalyst or the enabler for this new industry which is coming up, called electric vehicles with the related charging infrastructure. With that, if I have the slides on board, I just want to highlight more points. And to say that, yeah, next slide. I wish I could control it. Next slide. Yes, let me start here. We took the first step. We put some budget. We bought 2 charging stations, one in our head office, one in our Njodhamo area, which is about 100 kilometers away. We have 2 pickups SUVs, which are testing the terrain where we operate. Most of our operational areas, particularly in Njodhamo, is actually hilly. So we are actually testing how robust and versatile they are. We launched them, 4 of them, that's sometimes in November last year. So we have 4 months of operational experience. And that's the experience I'm saying you meet in Benson in the display there, and he'll be able to tell you in terms of the experience, in terms of charging, required fuel savings, and all those other aspects from a practical point of view. So it's better to have an experiential discussion with Benson. For you who don't know the energy infrastructure in Kenya, this is how we are structured, all right? So you find that it's a whole chain of many players. I wish I can see it properly. Okay, there's a primary people, that's the Njodhamo Development Company. Let me give you a quick. So electricity is a secondary source of energy. Let's get it clear. There's a primary source. Primary source is the fuel and diesel, geothermal, wind, solar, that's a primary source. But you convert it to electricity. And therefore, the value chain of electricity distribution starts with the primary, where you get the primary energy, that is geothermal, solar, wind. Kenyan is there to convert that. We give it to Ketraco, and then Ketraco gives to Kenya Power, and the Kenya Power delivers to you. So it's a chain, a supply chain, what we call value chain. And that's how we are structured. What you see here in Kenya, of about 55 million people, we actually have around 3,070 megawatt of installed capacity. All right? 3,777 to be specific, megawatt of installed capacity, powering 55 million people, estimated. That's quite a large population. The recent peak in demand, the highest consumption of power we have had, is around 2,132. Okay, that's what is being handled by this system you're seeing here. So if you take your calculator, the moderator before was telling us to do some numbers, you take peak consumption, peak in demand in electrical terms of 2132 megawatt, all right, against 55 million people. If you do a quick numbers, you find, on a nutshell, we are consuming 40 watts of electricity annually. Okay, so far, 40 watts. So imagine a bulb of 40 watts. I used to buy a bulb of 100 watts to see clearer. So a bulb of 40 watts is what we are consuming as a country, that it tells you our consumption for power is so low that our economic activity is actually limited. And that's why we are saying if you go EV, those are the hidden benefits that we see, and other players will come on board when the peak in demand rises, because there will be so many investments required in this chain, including the suppliers of money and technology suppliers. Can you go to the next slide if you, yeah. Good, and these are the numbers I'm just showing you that if you check 55 million people with a GDP per capita of with a GDP of about 110 billion, all right, and per capita of $2,000, it tells us that the lowest consumption of power that we have is a replica of our cost of living, okay? In a normal economy, in developing economy, entering into undeveloped status, we are seeing at least 1,000, all right, kilowatt consumption per person. 1,000 kilowatt consumption per person. Now we are at what? 40. Now you can imagine, so it means Kenya, with this kind of population, the potential we have, we should be talking of not less than maybe 50,000 megawatts of peak. And that is quite a big jump, and one of the ways to do it is to catalyze it through EV mobility. You can quickly go through this, right? I'll not spend a lot of time with these slides. So KenGen, to tell you, we are a parastatal. By the true definition, we are a parastatal. What that means, I'm bound by the government policy and regulations. On top, I'm also bound by the Capital Markets Authority in how I operate. On top of that, I also am bound by other agencies, by the government, State Corporations Act, and other laws, all right? And therefore, when you see KenGen here, we are driven by our core values as a parastatal, which is shown here. We believe in team spirit, we believe in professionalism, we believe in safety, and more important, we believe in integrity. That means honest way of doing business. This is our portfolio, which is very small. I'm actually sometimes feel, I don't want to use the word embarrassed, but belittled to show installing capacity of 1,900 megawatt. In fact, we should be talking from where I sit, 4,000. So we have a lot of work to do to bring this capacity up, to make sure when the EVs are coming, then there's enough power, clean and affordable, to power the EV evolution. So that's our portfolio, quick. These numbers have been mentioned before by other speakers, so I don't want to mention a lot. These are just industry analysis to tell us whether we are going the right direction. And the many players that we are seeing here, and KenGen, we want to be one of the players, so I'll mention something here. So our aim as a catalyst is, first of all, to change all our IC cars to EVs. That's quite an investment. It will take 3 to 4 or 5 years. When we are doing that, we will be inviting new other players to come in and even learn with us. The charging infrastructure that you are putting up, and we do it through advertising, through the procurement process. If you're one of them, then we need to work very closely to improve on it. And if you can get any learnings that can also be shared out there so that other players can come in. So we are rolling it out internally. We have 2 changes, I said. We are doing another 3 in our regions. And if you have an EV and you're stuck, please just reach to us. We will give you the opportunity to recharge and you continue with your journey as we wait to roll out the commercial version so that you can also make retro sharings from you and also add value to my shareholders. Next slide, please. Okay, good. So Kenya, Rwanda, and other players that are in the market in Africa, is just a quick check. This presentation can be shared after this, so I'll leave it to be shared, then you can have a... So how countries around the world are promoting EVs? These are some learning examples we are picking. Again, these are some things we are following so that when we are doing it ourselves, we also ensure we are actually doing and also crossing the checklist what others are doing. Now, let me talk a little bit about this EV in terms of batteries. Recently, I was reading about batteries, and we are talking of lithium batteries, which is a good thing. And my team here, they are very ambitious. They have actually set up a small team to study about battery manufacturing using lithium, including recycling. So when this thing comes in, the EV charging, what I've come to notice that with the time, part of this might also be used to symbolize our power infrastructure. So because I understand when certain charging level of the batteries, the EV goes maybe below 80%, then your EV car might not run efficiently. Therefore, you need to change them. And those batteries are still good. Maybe we could have them in our houses in terms of solar home systems, or even shaving the peak in the national infrastructure. So there's a lot to be done here. But what is more important, people are also moving outside the lithium batteries. There's now sodium ion. And I think when this technology starts coming, we start seeing also batteries becoming more affordable. So those are our 2 versions of our cars. And I'm glad to share with you that I've seen some private JVAC. I saw them in Safari Park Kenya Power event the other day. And I'm happy that we are actually catalyzing others to come in and invest in the EV. So this is the thing I told you. We have these 2, both in Steamer Plaza here. That's Kenya Power KenGen offices. We have another one in Naivasha. And we'll be having one in Mombasa soon, one in Isondu, Western Kenya, and another one in the eastern side. So that will be more as geographical coverage for those who will be going to those areas and you have EV, you don't have to worry and just identify where KenGen installations is. And we have nice canteens. If you come there, you'll also have some relaxation. So I think this is just the launch that we had recently with our CEO, ladies and gentlemen, the one putting the charger bit over there, and some of the team members that are involved in the rolling out of this EV. So I think that's my quick presentation to you, ladies and gentlemen. So from here, our aim is to roll out charging infrastructure. And one of the things we have noted is the space. Where do we get space to put this charging infrastructure, all right? So we will be talking to one of our sister companies. I don't know whether they are present. This is National Oil Corporation. I hope we'll reach out to them. We know they have they have petrol stations. And since both of us, we are sister companies, we will be looking towards talking to them if there's a way we can collaborate and be able to put some of our infrastructure there. More important, being a government entity, we will be going out. So when you see an expression of interest soon for Kenyan asking for members of the public to give us space, okay, with the terms, in terms of lease rates and all that, please know that is our strategy to roll out the next data charging infrastructure. So that's our next steps. And we are looking forward to continue collaborating and talking more. I believe where people have more conversations, then good things will come out. So thank you very much and have a nice event.
Thank you, Mr. David Muthike. A round of applause for Mr. David one more time. As you've heard from our government representative, he has said that they're looking to roll out charging infrastructure. So therefore, we are moving beyond just having a conversation and moving to a point of actual action across the entire nation to ensure that we actually do have charging infrastructure for the e-mobility sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost getting to that time where we break for a cup of tea. But just before then, allow me to invite one of our partners today, Mr. David Ngumi from Anjarwala and Khan. If we could have his profile coming up, please. Can't see. Mr. Daniel Ngumi is a co-managing partner at Anjarwala and Khan, Kenya, which is generally considered the leading corporate law firm in Kenya and is the largest full-service corporate law firm in East Africa. Daniel also heads the firm's tax department. He specializes in regional and international tax law and has extensive experience in tax disputes and tax transactional matters. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow Mr. Daniel Ngumi to take over.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I will be asking my colleague Priscilla, who's here, to co-present with me. First of all, it's my pleasure to be here before you to talk to you about e-mobility and also to talk about the changes and the things that we need to think about in this sector. If you could put on the slides, if you don't mind. And if you do not mind, quickly move to the roadmap. Carry on, the next 3 slides or so. So next slide, yes, there. So what we will do this morning between my colleague Priscilla and I, and Priscilla, if you don't mind, please come up. We will very quickly tell you about the initiatives that we have been carrying on with Julius and the ICC. Primarily around the issue to do with creating a legal framework that supports e-mobility in Kenya. The legal framework is one that will effectively need to deal with both the tax and the legal aspects. And in particular, just come up. And in particular, we'll deal with some of the changes that will need to be put into the law in order for us to see an effective structure. Next slide. So very quickly, what underpins climate change in Kenya? Many of you may not know, but the Constitution of Kenya, under Article 42, actually gives the right to clean and healthy environment. That is where the beginning of our statutory framework begins. In 2016, we have the Climate Change Act, which came into force, effectively looking at how do we combat climate change. And as you know, and this has been touched on before, Kenya's commitment under the Paris Agreement of 2013 to mitigate contribution of abating GHG emissions by 30% by 2030 is a commitment that Kenya has made. The transport sector, I think there was a quiz at the beginning. You all had the quiz. How much of the transport sector contributes to emissions? We think it's about 13%, may rise to 17%. So this is a key area which needs a lot of focus by the country as a whole and by the government in order to make sure that we continue focusing on our climate targets and objectives. Energy and transport is a priority area for the Kenyan government. You all know the president was at COP27. President was made it very, very clear that we can't really continue skirting around this issue. It needs direct and immediate impact. Moving to the next slide. I don't want to go over what has already been said because I know the gentleman from Kenyan spoke highly and very interestingly about the need for energy and the fact that Kenya has renewable energy as a basis. But I think one of the things that's critical and makes Kenya well placed for taking significant advantage of the e-mobility movement is the fact that we already have significant renewable sources of electricity. Other countries struggle because what other countries have to do is that they want to create an e-mobility platform which is powered by non-renewable sources of electricity. In Kenya's context, we're actually powering our e-mobility move through renewable sources of energy, and that gives us significant advantage. And as you can see, there are already quite a number of players. That number there of 2,700 megawatts is outdated. You have seen the more recent number that has just been shown by our colleague from Kenyan. So I will ask my colleague Priscilla to just talk you through, if you move to the next slide, the tax incentives that currently exist, and then she will also touch on the tax gaps that are there, including the legal framework, and we are happy to take a few questions at the end. Thank you. Priscilla, over to you.
Thank you, Daniel. As mentioned by Julius before, we began this conversation sometimes last year. We put in our proposals through the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. And what we saw after that is that there was some raft of changes through the Finance Act 2022. And this touched on VAT and excise duty. Specifically, there was VAT exemption that was introduced, applicable on inputs and raw materials used in the manufacture of passenger motor vehicles. There is a bit of ambiguity in the law. What we expected is that this would be specific to the EVs. However, we expect in the next budget cycle that this may be addressed. There was also an introduction of excise duty exemption on locally manufactured passenger motor vehicles, and also VAT exemption on locally manufactured motor vehicles, passenger motor vehicles. In addition to that, we also saw through the EAC Gazette at the East Africa level that there was a remission that was introduced in terms of inputs used for manufacture of wiring harness for vehicles and motorcycles. So this largely also touches on EVs and motorcycles. That said, moving to the next slide, that said, as you will note in the next two slides, the current tax structures in terms of the EVs and also the ICE vehicles demonstrates the heavy taxation in this area in terms of if you are importing a motor vehicle, whether completely built or also the completely knocked down unit, you will be expected to account for not only import duties, but also excise duty, VAT, there's import declaration fee, and also the railway development fee, levy, sorry. So what this means is that effectively, if you're bringing in an EV, it becomes expensive. And one of the ways that we would like people to be incentivized to purchase EVs is through the reduction of taxes. As you might note or have experienced, and also it is mentioned by other speakers, currently there's also other specific challenges that require government interventions in terms of the growth of the e-mobility sector in Kenya. And one of these is having a robust physical and non-physical policy framework that will incentivize the growth of the e-mobility sector. And I will touch on the specific or what we would be proposing to the government to implement. Another issue is the inadequate charging infrastructure. It has been mentioned by Kenjen, and also what we saw, which I will highlight, is that in January and also part of February, there was a draft national budget policy that was shared by the National Treasury, which also showed commitment in terms of rolling out of the charging infrastructure. The other issue is inadequate distribution network in terms of EV uptake. Currently, it's mostly in Nairobi, and we would want this to be rolled out to other towns in the country. Additionally, there are standardization and quality concerns in terms of the lithium batteries, and also the consumer awareness in terms of, do the citizens of Kenya equally appreciate the need to uptake the e-mobility. And moving on to the next slide, and one of the ways that we approach in terms of the incentives is having a case study on what are other jurisdictions across the world, and more specifically in Africa. I think Rwanda is one of the countries that has progressed in this area. Kindly move to the next slide. Next slide. Yeah, Rwanda and also South Africa. I'll have a bias on Rwanda. We can go through some of the physical and also non-physical incentives that have been implemented. And one of the ways is electricity tariff for charging stations has been capped at the industrial tariff level, which means that the tariff becomes cheaper for people using the EVs, as they are able to use a subsidized tariff for electricity. Another way is the VAT incentives in Rwanda. There's zero rating as opposed to exemptions. As you may appreciate, zero rating is more crucial than exemption in terms of the person is also able to claim any VAT that they had incurred when they were purchasing anything related to the EV. Also, we have seen exemptions and excise duties as late as last year. At the EAC level, Rwanda had a raft of changes which were increasingly incentivizing the taxation of the EVs in Rwanda. Also, there are talks to introduce carbon tax in Rwanda, which is, I think in Africa currently it's only South Africa, which has a robust carbon tax policy. In terms of non-physical incentives that have been introduced in Rwanda, they include having a rent-free land for charging infrastructure, charging stations, which means that the government gives out the land where the charging infrastructures will be built. The other thing we've seen in Rwanda is a green license plate to allow EVs get preferential treatment in parking, and also access to high occupancy vehicle lanes, which are dedicated for buses using the electricity. That said, as I mentioned, increasingly we have seen commitment by our government to promote e-mobility. In January, they issued a national budget policy statement, and in the budget statement, there was commitment to roll out EV charging infrastructure across all the urban areas. So this is something we expect in the next few months to see the government rolling it out. We also so there is also commitment to provide financial and tax incentives for PSVs and also commercial transporters to convert to EVs. Another commitment by the government is to leverage the financial support that will be provided to the boda sector. This will be through the Hustler funds and also to develop the nascent EV and motorcycle assembly industry. Also in February, we saw the National Treasury publish a draft National Green Fiscal Policy. which is under public participation, with the deadline being in course of this week. And it's a good opportunity for all of us in this room, as we have this conversation, to also submit our proposals to the National Treasury as part of the public participation, because if we don't give out our comments, then we can't sit and say enough is not being done. So I would urge all of us, let's take the commitment. I think the deadline is this week. We issue our proposals and comments to the National Treasury. That said, what the government plans to do through the National Green Fiscal Policy, kindly move to slide 14. Is first to implement carbon tax. I mentioned this, we have only seen it in Africa, in South Africa, and what the government plans is to legislate for carbon tax to be implemented. And how carbon tax works is to tax companies which emit a lot of carbon, and in some jurisdictions, I think like Netherlands, we also see issuance of carbon credits for companies which run efficiently without emissions of greenhouse gases. So these are some of the initiatives we expect to see in the coming days. Also, the government is considering to have tax exemptions and credits for off-grid renewable energy, and also they incentivize the transport sector in terms of looking at how do we decongest the city, do we have the specific lanes for EVs, and also they're also considering to provide changes in the transport fuel tax rate, particularly in combination with the carbon tax. So over and above that, we still feel there are other initiatives that should be implemented, and these are some of the also proposals that we shall be issuing to the government through the National Treasury. If you can move to the next slide, please. And one of it is, as mentioned earlier, ensuring that the necessary charging infrastructure is across all the urban areas and also across the rural areas to also increase the uptake of EVs. Another way is through the Nairobi County as a pilot program, then to be rolled out to other county governments to allot public land and also which can be used for setting up the charging infrastructure. Also, we look at issuance of green license plate to allow EVs be given a preferential treatment in the parking and also free entry into congested zones that will be determined by the county government. And other non-physical measures that are not specifically taxed, you can move to the next slide, yes, there, is also implementation of efficient registration process at NTSA. As most of you are aware that currently people in the e-mobility are experiencing challenges because the way the NTSA system is crafted did not anticipate to have EVs in the country. So those are some of the proposals that will be taken in effect in the coming days. Also increase awareness and also marketing or boost public confidence in terms of there are people who are still not confident enough to purchase EVs, and one of the ways is capacity building, also to reduce the range anxiety. We see some people scared, like if I drive from here to Thika, what will happen on the way if the charge dies off? Also, we propose to have a creation of market for EVs through the government purchase commitment. This is, for example, the government committing that all the vehicles to be purchased by government should be EVs. And this will particularly lead to, in a great extent, uptake of EVs. Another way is financial incentives. For example, reduced loan rates for persons purchasing EVs. I know the financials are here, and maybe they will delve into this more. That said, the way we look at it is some of these incentives can be grouped into short-term and also long-term. you can, and one of ways in the short term is to ensure that the completely built-in units and semi-knocked down units enjoy same tax treatment as completely knocked down units for a predetermined period of time. This to allow critical mass build-up. In the short term, I think one also of the is subsidized electricity tariffs at the charging infrastructure. Also for the lithium-ion batteries, currently we know we don't have local manufacturer of the batteries. We hope that this is something that will be given a lot of incentives to have local manufacturing, and also for importation is to exempt from import duty, zero rate from VAT, and also remove the import declaration fee and railway development levy on the batteries. That said, we also expect that currently we don't have a manufacturer of charging units in Kenya. We expect and we propose that there should be some tax incentives for also the importers, as we also look forward to the incentives in the local manufacturing of the charging infrastructure. Also, another thing would be offering research and development grants to people willing to invest in the EV industry, and this will promote development and innovation in the EV sector. In the long term, some of the incentives could be, for example, what I mentioned, introduction of tax credits, also a fee-based program whereby if the company is not efficient in terms of carbon taxes, it be charged a fee, and where the company is efficient, a rebate program where it's given like a refund of taxes that they have incurred. Also, in the long term, maybe one of the incentives would be for car benefit for employees currently that we have in Kenya, for those ones using EVs, to be highly discounted in terms of the employees to have an enhanced motor car benefits, which is a benefit in kind for employees in employment. I think that comes to the end of my proposals for the incentives. I think we can take a few questions. Yeah. Yeah.
So I think the thing is, in other countries we've seen the effect. For example, in Rwanda. So Rwanda, what they have done is that they're gradually beginning to give the fiscal and the non-fiscal. The fiscal incentives are easier to quantify because you can measure how many cars have been brought in through this new exemption regime, and you can quantify how much of the savings those are. It's harder to translate what the impact on the economy is. But it's work in progress in countries like Rwanda. The reality of the matter is that, for example, when we spoke to one of the ministries, their real concern is the interdependence, for example, in Kenya's case, on roads maintenance levy collected through the petroleum, the sale of petroleum products. So what happens? Are we going to then need to devise equivalent mechanics? So there's a lot of thinking that needs to be done. The good thing is that we're seeing that the government at various levels is considering all these issues. So for example, the National Treasury through the budget process, the Ministry for Environment is considering same impact. We know that the same things are being considered, for example, by the Ministry of Transport. We will see what that policy paper will translate to in due course. Yeah.
Quantifying that positive effect, I think would help also drive this forward. So as Rome, we're happy to collaborate with anyone on this topic.
Absolutely.
Good morning. I saw that you were promoting reduced import duties for SKD assembly vehicles. One of the concerns that we've had in the industry, and I'm the managing director of AVA, so we assemble vehicles, is that when companies are allowed to bring in SKD vehicles, they never change to completely knocked down vehicles. And to give a feel for what that means, where we assemble complete knockdown vehicles, and we don't do SKD, it takes 60 people around about 7 to 8 hours to assemble a single vehicle. On SKD, you're looking about 6 people for about 20 minutes. So what we're trying to do is promote employment and get people into jobs. If you also look at the levels of SKD, they're not even SKD. A lot of the vehicles that are being brought in are DKD, which vehicles that are built as full units in South America, shipped over to another country where they're then dismantled, put onto skids, sent to Kenya, and then assembled again. So are we really promoting the right thing on EVs of something that hasn't worked on ICE vehicles for the last 20 years?
So I wouldn't actually say that that's a legal question. It sounds more like a policy type question. But this is my view on this. The point that Priscilla made when she made the comment, she said that what is going to be really helpful is to try and spur up quickly the number of vehicles that we have, the number of electric vehicles we have on our roads. And the reality of the matter is that today, when you look at the number of vehicles we have, particularly the four-wheelers category, the vehicles are so few that whether you open up the doors for SKD, CKD for a period of time, all you want to do is to gain critical mass and gain it quickly. In fact, even the tax incentives that have been proposed cannot last more than 10 years, for argument's sake. And even if you look at, for example, other countries like Rwanda, they have given an incentive period for a period of, let's say, 5 to 10 years, allow for quick acceleration, allow for quick build-up, in order for you to spur up that sector fairly quickly. Now, the reality of the matter is that, unfortunately, there's a time bomb which is coming with respect to electric vehicles. Because when you look at Kenya's imports of vehicles, a large part of them are second-hand vehicles which are 80 years or more. An 80-year-old EV cannot work in Kenyan roads. First of all, the battery is old, you need new vehicles. And the moment that the West stops manufacturing ICE vehicles, you have a significant deficit in Africa. So my view on this would be that to the extent that you allow for quick build-up in quick succession, whichever the means, whether by importing SKDs, CBUs, by allowing for completely knockdown for assembly in Kenya, until you gain critical mass, that enables you to scale up quickly. And then once you get there, then put in the limitations that need to be put in, as may be the case for every other sector. Having said that, I think the government is listening to proposals, and I think that this is a good opportunity for people to engage in this sort of debates. Do you do SKDs? Do you do completely knocked down? What is the best way to proceed? Bearing in mind that we have a gap, and that gap needs to be bridged quickly. And to some extent, I think giving that opportunity would be excellent for people who want to invest in that sector. I know we are running short of time, so I will hand back to the presenters, and I think we can continue in the conversation in the course of the day. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Daniel Ngumi for that very insightful conversation on the legal framework where matters of electric vehicles are concerned. Maybe to comment on the VAT issue, the VAT incentives that are in place by the government of Kenya are to the entire local assembly industry, not specifically to electric vehicles. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take much of your time. I'm sure you must be hungry or you want to grab a cup of tea. My encouragement to you is to please grab a cup of tea, come back, have it on your tables so that we're able to continue with the session. So we shall break for 5 minutes just to allow you to grab your cup of tea, and then please come back and then we can continue. So let us take a break. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Hi. Yeah. I hear we are on coffee break.
Yes, you're on a coffee break.
Well, I don't drink coffee. I eat bamboo, so I'm on a bamboo break.
Yeah. What department are you in? Transport. Accurate. Hi. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Or I need to speak louder? Because when I did this is when without it it's normal. Yeah, good. Hey, Billy.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back into the room. We would like to commence the second session of our engagement today. I hope that from the previous session you've been able to see that truly we are driving towards a viable and sustainable e-mobility sector as we build up the various infrastructure. Today we have been sponsored by the KCB Foundation and KenGen. In the previous session, we had our chair, Julius Opio, telling us that private sector is truly the engine that is required to drive the solutions. We had our director, Sam Deritu, telling us that faith is taking that first step even when you can't see the entire staircase. We had our global director, Ms. Rylene Martin, saying that businesses need to invest in environmentally sustainable and socially responsible practices to secure a livable future. And we had Joachim Westerveld of Biofoods telling us that sustainability is truly the opportunity of our lifetime. Oraka Teddy from KCB told us that they're looking for strategic partners and willing to finance viable solutions. And David Muthiki of KenGen told us that they want to roll out a charging infrastructure and are looking for partners with that. One of the partners they mentioned was their sister company, the National Oil Corporation. The last session was closed out by Mr. Daniel Ngumi, managing partner of Anjarwana and Kana, and he looked at the legal framework and the opportunities that lie therein. Now that we're caught up on what it is that we did before, allow me at this point to call on my co-moderator, Madam Tabitha, to roll us through the next session. Tabitha?
Thank you. Thank you, Karani, for that. Can I just have ICC team just keep encouraging guys to move back into the room? We are around 50 minutes behind the schedule. So the idea is that once you have your tea, please come back into the room so we can start with our first panel discussion. in the meantime, allow me to introduce the moderator for this panel. This panel is focusing on green financing opportunities for EVs and charging infrastructure in renewable energy. So the moderator is Ms. Clarice Wambua. Clarice, kindly can you come up? Can we encourage her with a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Clarice is a partner at the Nairobi office of the Pan-African law firm Cliff Decker Hofmeyr. Is that right? Hofmeyr, right? She leads the team in the environmental law and pro bono and human rights practice areas, and is also co-lead for the firm's energy sector work in East Africa. She frequently carries out assignments for both private and public sector entities, including government institutions and international development agencies. She has a master's with distinction in climate change, law and policy from the University of Strathclyde, a Master of Science with distinction again in Africa and International Development from the University of Edinburgh, and a Bachelor of Laws from University of Nairobi. She was recognized in the 2022 Legal 500 Green Guide for the EMA region for her climate change and sustainability law work, and she is also a recipient of the Top 40 Under 40 Women Award, which is steered by the Business Daily Kenya. Clarice, so happy to have you here. I know you're very active on this space, and it is our honor to have you as a co-moderator. I will now hand over to Clarice to introduce her other panel speakers.
All right, thank you so much for that kind introduction. I'm really happy to be here this afternoon. I would like to introduce the panelists for this session, and I would like for them to be beamed on the screen, and as I call your name, please come forward and have a seat. So this panel is going to be speaking on green finance and opportunities for green financing in the EV sector. And I'm honored to introduce Mr. Geoffrey Odundo, who is the current CEO of the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Mr. Odundo has held that position for the last 7 years, and he's an accomplished investment banker. He has over 30 years work experience, and prior to being the CEO of the NSC, he was the managing director of Kingdom Securities and chief manager of merchant and investment banking at the Cooperative Bank of Kenya. He holds many international positions, and he is a master's degree holder in strategic management and has an undergraduate degree in math and economics, and a graduate of the Strathmore IESE Spain Business School. Karibu, Mr. Odundo. The second panelist at this session is Mr. David Wamwai Angenyi. David is a consultant at the United Nations Environment Program. He is currently working at the Sustainability Mobility Unit, and he joined UNEP in 2022. However, he has a lot of experience in the transport sector and has undertaken studies on transport and sustainable transport in the East, Southern, and Horn of Africa. He's a transport economist with a Bachelor of Arts degree from the Catholic University of East Africa, and this degree is in economics, and a master's in economics as well from the University of Nairobi. Karibu sana, Bwana David. Last but not least, this panel has the privilege of having Frank Ajagba, who is the Group Director of Business Development at the Africa Guarantee Fund. He's an accomplished financial services professional with over 19 years experience. And before joining AGF, he was the country managing director of Alios Finance at Burkina Faso. And he has also worked with a mix of prominent African and European investors. He is a Beninese national, and he holds a master's degree in marketing and management from France, a master's in e-business and strategy from France, Grenoble Graduate School of Business, a fintech certificate from Said Business School, University of Oxford. We are really honored to have this distinguished panel of gentlemen, and I look forward to the engaging discussion that we will have. Karibu. Right. So, to get the ball rolling, I would like to mention a recent study that I came across by the Shell Foundation, but researched by McKinsey, which was on the green financing for electric vehicles in sub-Saharan Africa. And one of the things that stood out was that by 2030, we will need about 3.5 billion USD to 9.5 billion USD if we're going to be able to effectively finance electric vehicle sector in the continent. So my first question will be to Frank. Based on this great financing need, where do you see the financing options? Where are the financing options for the players in the EV ecosystem? And then I'll ask you a tough one. How do you rate the access to finance so far, out of 10?
Great, thank you for having me. I will start with the second question, but before I would like to say 2 words on African Guarantee Fund. The African Guarantee Fund is a Pan-African guarantee scheme, and our mission is to help SMEs to access to finance. And we do that by providing to financial institutions and banks partial financial guarantee so that they can all lend easily to SMEs. So basically we share the risk with them and we give them comfort so that they can easily go to the SMEs. This said, where out of 20 or 100? Out of 10. Where are we? I think EV sector is still a new sector. I can say that we are still learning by doing, and for that I will give a rate of 3 out of 10. Not because the ecosystem and the actors are not playing their role, but because we are still trying to structure how we will finance this sector. Yeah. Okay.
And what are the options for financing? If it was a toolbox of options.
Yes.
Just a few examples.
So for option quickly, our topic today is EV and infrastructure. When we take the ecosystem, we have offer and demand. And in between, we need finance, okay? The financiers, they have the money. They're still trying to understand the sector. So they think that the sector is still risky. So they are not pushy to on-lend in the sector. On demand side, you have people, if I take, for example, the Boda Boda today, they have options. They have already the motorbike that use oil. And if you want to tackle the EV, they have now to change this motorbike and buy EV motorbike. So they will need funding. On supply side, we have people who will build all these charging infrastructure. They will need also money to make it happen. So what we have currently at African Guarantee Fund, we have a product that we call Green Guarantee. And we use this Green Guarantee to share the risk that banks and financial institutions are taking when they are financing the supply side or the demand side of the EV, okay? And the features that comes with this Green Guarantee is that in our business as usual, we cover 50% of the exposure of the bank. For EV, we cover, or green, we cover 75%, and we give a discount on the pricing. And all this also come with a TA, a technical assistance subsidy that we can give to the banks or the SME to help them to bridge any gaps they may have in their process, their system, or training for their people. So today we have Green Guarantee that supports green facilities and also EV sector. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for that, Frank. I think I'll hand over to Mr. Odundo, and mainly with regards to, you've talked about guarantees, but we know we need a whole mix of financing instruments. And I'd be interested to know, what is the role of Kenya's capital markets in driving the deployment of the driving EV in Kenya? I know that so far you're a pioneer in terms of the Nairobi Securities Exchange is a pioneer for green finance, but where do you see the role for electric vehicles particularly?
Okay, thank you. I think I'll just want to also just give a small highlight on the NSE and how do we fit into this discussion. So we are the market infrastructure for financial intermediation in Kenya. We are the largest market in Eastern Central Africa and among the top 5 in Africa. And we offer a range of financial solutions from the capital market perspective. The Green Finance platform is a platform we created in 2018, and it has become a great avenue for us to support our green opportunities and also to attract impact financing. So just building up on the question from Bernard, from a guarantee perspective, we work with Africa Guarantee Fund and other guarantors for purposes of actually issuing financial instruments that have got a backed guarantee. So just like they give the banks a guarantee, they also give issuers who are coming for our type of instruments similar guarantees. Now, to your question about the financial options that are available in the capital markets, first of all, is to say that the capital markets provide the most ideal opportunity for green financing. Globally, capital markets are the largest markets in green financing, and hence they provide that avenue. So the type of products we have, just starting with the most popular, are the green bonds. Now, green bonds are sort of long-term investments, similar to the normal treasury bonds that we get from the government or the corporate bonds that we issue, but they have a different character in that they have a green feature around them, meaning that the asset that those green bonds target has to be a green asset. So we have been able to develop the rules and the platform to allow for issuers to come and raise money using that platform and issuing green bonds. One of our most successful green bonds are the Akon Limited that has issued or that has built up all these Kwetu hostels in Nairobi, and they've been able to issue that. So that's really the most common one, and EV providers can also target that because one, it offers at a very discounted rate. It is long term. Let me explain that. So when you take a bond in the market, you don't have to pay the principal. Okay? You pay it as a bullet payment at the end of the term of the bond. All you service is the interest over the period. So it helps you. I was hearing discussions around ramping up this sort of asset class. So it's easier to do it using a bond because you're basically not servicing interest, not servicing principal, you're servicing interest. Very good for manufacturers who want to build capacity. Secondly, infrastructure. We have to build the charging stations. We have to build a network around the country. Now, that'll be ideal using an infrastructure bond. So an infrastructure bond basically targets an infrastructure. So you can actually build the stations, you can build all the charging points you want, and that can then be done offering that. And again, terminal payment value, servicing interest during the duration. The bonds have, green bonds and infrastructure bonds have a tax wrapper around them. If you issue a bond of more than 3 years, it's considered an infrastructure bond, and hence there's no taxation. Investors don't pay tax on their interest. So it's a very attractive instrument. The other one that I thought about was the county bonds. So I believe counties are taking motorcycles as very attractive programs for the youth, especially. So they could actually target that as well. And a county can issue a county bond. You then ring fence that with the cash flows from the respective youth groups that they have and be able to service that bond over time. Now that becomes a very key asset for the counties. We have social bonds as well. This can be considered like a social investment in the society. And again, you're able to offer that. So in a nutshell, I think the financial solutions are wide and varied, but it calls for proper verification of assets. So if it's going to be green, the motorcycles have to be properly verified that they do not increase their emission levels to a certain extent, etc. But we have verifiers and players who do all that. So that's exactly what we offer in the market. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Odundo. I think I'd hand over this question to David, and it's more building on what the first two panelists have said. Based on your experience in multinational organizations such as the UN, where you work with policymakers, essentially governments, what advice would you have for these policymakers on how to further enhance these financing options that have been mentioned by the two previous speakers? How can they better create a policy environment that enhances green financing?
Okay, thank you very much. And just to add on to what my two colleagues have said, as you all know, EVs, the main challenge that we have with them at the moment is the high upfront cost. We've heard from a presenter in the morning who stated that if you are to import an EV from the UK, when it lands here, the price has more or less doubled. So to be able to counter that and to be able to build a critical mass, one of the things that even at multinational institutions which we are looking at is provision of access to finance. Now, this access to finance has to come in various models. Is access to finance through commercial banks, access to finance through development banks, and even access to finance through SACCOs and all the financial instruments which are available in a country. EV is a very new sector, and it will still be here with us. It's going to grow, and with provision of access to finance, then we are likely to build the critical mass that we are looking to build in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you, David. Frank, I want to go back to something you said about how your guarantees work. You guarantee financial institutions. So for the financial institutions in the room, how would you advise them to better position themselves to receive your guarantees? And in addition to that, Mr. Odundo mentioned that you also guarantee the investors. No, sorry, not investors. You guarantee the, sorry? The bonds, exactly. So how can those who wish to receive such guarantees, how should they position themselves? What should they do to be fit for your purpose?
Thank you. Clarice, I think that the good news is that here in Kenya, we are already partnered with almost 20 banks. All the banks are eligible for our guarantee. The only thing that they have to do is just to send a formal letter or request of guarantee, and we pick it from there. Okay, so for the banks, it's straightforward. Okay, now it's true that currently, due to our risk appetite and our capital level, we are rated AA- by Fitch, so we are also compliant to some regulations. Currently, we target tier 1 to tier 3 banks, okay? But we are designing a specific product to address the needs of the tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 bank and the SACCOs and microfinance institutions, because some impact investors approach us because they want to tackle this category in financial institution, and together we believe that this category of institutions deal more with what we call the invisible, the women with small business. And the way we help financial institutions to enhance what they are already doing with the EV sector or the green sector is that we provide them with technical assistance. We share any cost that they need to put in place a dedicated product or to enhance in terms of training the people, skills, so that they are more aware of how to structure a green transaction, how to tackle an EV transaction. And this help them, or this give more comfort to the people on the ground to have a better look at the green transaction and EV transactions. Yeah. So, in nutshell, I can say that the technical assistance is key for financial institutions and for SMEs to enhance the funding of green transaction and EV transaction.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think, does anyone have anything to add on that?
Yes, I'd like to add on this. So I think for you to be a credible issuer, there's certain aspects that you must start preparing to do, because to access green bonds or even to access green credit from banks, the institution has to meet certain criteria. One of the things that you mentioned, which is very critical, is ratings. Now, a lot of institutions don't take ratings as a key ingredient in their organizations. But ratings is the only independent assessment of how well you run your organization, and it sort of takes an independent assessor. Is able to give comfort to investors or to banks that you qualify or you meet the global standards. And that's why green assets or green financing encourages ratings to happen. I know a lot of people think ratings are very expensive, but we do have issuers who are even offering ratings at fairly accommodated levels. So that's very critical. Now, the other thing is that green financing also ties up very well with ESG. For you to access this sort of credit, you also must comply with the environmental, social, and governance structures. And this has become a very big issue, very big discussion matter globally. How will you tap into green financing and you're deteriorating the environment with your other business or with your other things that you do? What's your governance like? What's your impact on the community like? So for you to successfully issue or attract green financing, you need to make sure you tie up that with the green financing, with the ESG option. Now, what we've done at the NSC is that because we realize that a lot of people don't know how to, a lot of firms don't have the capacity to afford an ESG, an ESG consultant in order for you to input that. We have actually issued free guidelines to the market. So if you go to our website, we have what we call the ESG disclosure guidelines. And using those guidelines, you're able to actually learn how to comply. It's a very simple toolkit. It complies with the global reporting initiatives, which was a co-author of those guidelines. And you're able then to align your firm to be able to attract that kind of funding. So I just want to encourage anybody who wants to enter into this space. It'll be a lot easier for you to access this capital if you tick off also those other aspects of ESG.
And thank you. To add on that, we can, as AGF, we can finance a portion of this, any banks here who want to go through the ESG scheme that you put in place. We are ready, specifically if they want to guarantee the green issuance or the transaction by African Guarantee Fund, we are ready to pay or to co-finance this ESG framework with them so that they will comply to this very important component when we are talking about green. Thank you.
All right. That's very important to know, especially given the regulatory environment in Kenya for banks with the CBK disclosure guidelines for banks that make it mandatory for financial institutions to be on board with ESG reporting. So that's quite critical. I think I would like to open up this discussion for the rest of the audience here to also ask any questions that they may have. So I'll just ask one last question, and that would be directed to each of you. And that would be more about, in terms of going forwards, what recommendations do you have for how we can solve the gaps that you're observing in the green financing space? If you had 2 recommendations to make, what would they be? And I'll start with David.
Okay, thank you. So one key recommendation in order to accelerate the access to green financing also needs to find a conducive policy environment. It cannot work if there is no conducive policy environment. And what are we talking about? A conducive policy environment? It also has to be sort of competitive. At the moment, we know that the rates, even which are being given by banks for green financing, fine, they're a bit low, but still the market players are complaining that it's a bit high. But it's now upon the government to come in, and it has to move in swiftly and quickly and offer the incentives that the market rightfully deserves. That is financial incentives and mainly fiscal incentives in terms of the excise duty. And we're not saying a zero rating, because zero rating doesn't work in the global south economies. We are basically calling for a reduction in some tax rates, reduction in excise duty, reduction in VAT, reduction in import duty, and also and maybe exemption for a period of time of some key critical taxes. We're also calling for the establishment of a regulatory authority or a body, because as the EV market is growing, it requires a regulatory authority or a body to police it or to manage it. And this is not in a bad way. It's basically, as the EV is growing, it also needs to have its own policy initiative. And we are thankful also to the government of Kenya that at the moment, it's moving ahead to actualize the national electric mobility policy, which will be, I think it should be ready by sometime next year. And this will really assist in terms of enabling the EV sector grow. Last but not least, EV is still a new sector which is coming up, but even as it is still new, we need to put in place measures which can build capacity. My colleague here has just elaborated that capacity building is key in the financial sector. And this is key also not just to the financial sector, but also to the consumers who take the loans for green financing. They also need to be well educated, they need to be well informed so that they are aware of the loans that they are taking. Also in terms of capacity, we need to build a critical mass capacity of policymakers on EV, academicians on EVs, and technicians, because the green financing should not just support one sector alone. It needs to support the entire EV ecosystem. Thank you.
The other one I think is very important is, and a discussion was held here about carbon credits. Now, if we're able to educate the motorcycle riders that for every utilization or for every positive emission, you actually get credits. And those credits can be translated into anything, like bonga points or something. I think we'll get more interest. So I think whoever is going to go into this business should actually be able to understand how that whole ecosystem will work so that you get a buy-in from them. Because that's the fastest way that we're going to get this. I heard about ramping up and trying to meet all these targets. So let's build that discussion around carbon credits. Again, at the NSC, we are going to be developing a carbon trading platform that will enable anybody who registered credits to be able to trade them. So that for me is going to be a very key incentive to get more and more uptake of these products. Thank you.
All right.
Yes, for me, it will be basically two components: the technical assistance and the access to finance. The technical assistance here as a risk mitigant. We have many nice ideas, many nice companies, but they are not really ready to raise funds. Okay? So the technical assistance will be used to bridge the knowledge gap, the system gaps, the market gaps, all these gaps, so that the company will be really ready to access to finance. And the second component, access to finance, I will insist on access to affordable finance, access to finance with good conditions. And the technical assistance will prepare the company to be able to access to finance, to affordable finance, because the risk will be reduced. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. Those are very salient recommendations, and I hope the policymakers in the room have taken note. I would like to ask if you have anything further you'd like to add. If not, I would open up this discussion to the rest of the plenary and ask that anyone who has a question or needs further clarification to feel free to ask.
Hi, can you hear me? So my name is Esther Kafue from Standard Chartered Bank. My question is to Geoffrey. In regard to how do you see the outlook in terms of the regulatory space when it comes to ESG reporting? I know currently NSC and I think CME has required all listed companies to sort of report on their ESG performance, though that is not mandatory at this point. But how do you see that looking like maybe in the next 5 years? Are you going to tighten the rules?
Thank you very much. Now, I think increasingly we are going to see. I think in the future, I'll say it's mandatory, but increasingly we're going to see voluntary adoption increasing over time, and because it's going to be part of best practice, and it's going to be what helps companies also access finance easier. So just to give you an example, so we in our market currently, and thanks for noting the listed companies, over 40 companies are actually doing ESG reporting. We have 62 companies. So already we're about to attain full compliance. And what has driven that is actually investor driven. So shareholders are asking the hard questions, right? They're saying, okay, fine, these are your numbers, but what is the sustainability agenda of this organization? How are we sure that you're going to be there in the future? Or are you doing business that is out of line with the trends that are happening globally in a way that can affect consumers? Haven't you had sometimes some companies in our country that have actually, whose exports are being banned and things like that because of certain violations of human rights, etc.? So those things are becoming very, very important to investors. So I don't think it's a choice. I think it's coming. And the earlier you adopt to these standards, the better. I also see, for instance, IFRS standards becoming increasingly focused. They currently have ESG standards, but I think that's going to become mandatory with time. So early compliance is important. And for me, I think it's really how we're going to ensure that companies, both listed and unlisted, remain more sustainable and also contribute to their role as a positive citizen. So I see a future mandatory requirement here.
All right, thank you for that response. Well, you give the mic to someone else. I see a question on the screen. And this is directed to Mr. Odundo. What is the time period for verification? 30 days? I'm not sure.
Verification of assets?
I think so.
I think so.
I think that's it.
So the verifiers have no fixed timeline. I think it all depends on how the asset looks like. So if it's an asset that has, it depends on the size of the organization and all these other things. So it could be taken between 1 to 6 months. I think on the higher side, but it really depends on the preparedness of the asset. A lot of people say they're green assets, but essentially they're not green. We call it greenwashing. So it's good to have an independent assessor to look at that. But if you do comply with ESG standards, I can tell you you're half the way. You've actually ticked off most of what will be verified. So I think the earlier, if you want to really ramp it up quickly, then try and adapt the ESG standards fairly fast. And this can apply to any industry. I think we thought of things that either you should be in water, housing, or anything. I think my friend in the motor vehicle space as well. Yeah, import more electric cars and you're green, you know. So we're in this kind of this life here.
Good morning. My name is Sam Kamunya from Basigo, and my question will be: when some of the financiers are giving out the debt and are financing opportunities to green companies and being guaranteed by yourselves there, I meant to understand green money is, I would say, a little bit cheap compared to the normal financing of other instruments that are available. But when now these companies that are in the EV sector come to apply for these funds, the rates are not different. The cost sometimes is even higher because they say the risk is even higher. So even the rates become a little bit more higher than your traditional even interest rates in the market. So from a perspective of the ones who give the money to the commercial banks, or the commercial banks to give to the innovators, is there any follow-up? Is there any standard set to see that there's a capping into how much you can charge when you're giving out green money to innovators? Yes.
Okay, thank you. From us, AGF, you know, we are. I can see your question up. We have to see it upstream and downstream. Downstream, AGF, we are downstream. When we give you the guarantee, in the guarantee agreement, you have, we tell you that we cover 50% for business as usual with a price, and for green transaction, we cover up to 75% plus a discount in the pricing. Okay, so at this level, you can see directly the incentives on green, okay? Upstream, when you are raising your funds, I think before on lending, you raise funds, and you on lend with the deposit of your customers. That one, you cannot do anything on it. And you also raise funds. If you are ready as bank and you meet all the criteria on green, on ESG, you can raise funds at better rates from impact investors, okay? And this will, at the end of the day, for the customer, you can now all lend to your customer at lower rates when they are in green, they are playing the green sectors, okay? So I will say yes. If you enhance your ESG and the ESG compliance of your banks, okay, definitely you will be able to raise fund at better condition. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for those responses. I'd encourage you to put in your questions through the Mentimeter, just in the interests of time. I have one question, though it seems more of a comment, and this may be directed to you, David. How will the financiers understand the industry if not the objective partner? The UN comes in and helps in the education on the green space and acts as mediator for the money and the innovation.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And at the UN and basically at the UNEP as the Department of Sustainable Mobility, we've engaged the government in terms of offering our advice to the government, because, you know, UN is not an implementer. UN is an advisory, it mainly offers, UNEP offers advisory opinion to the government and gives them a cocktail of options on which one they can take. So at the moment, we've advised the government on the best ways to move forward in terms of providing access to finance in order to ramp up the access to the increase in EV uptake. And one of the instruments that we've tried to advise the government to take is green financing. But as I've mentioned, it's important to note that for all these instruments to also work effectively, they need to be backed up with policy. Why the ICE industry is working perfectly well is it has been here for 100 years. It's backed up with a myriad of policies. You touch on any sector, it has a policy. You touch on any other sector, it has a policy. Now, the same has to happen on the EV space. And the policy should cover the social, legal, financial, technical, all aspects. So that as UNEP and as the Sustainable Mobility Unit, that's one thing that we are doing.
All right, thank you, David. I think there's a question on the screen as well. Do we have any accessible grants that can go into supporting the rollout of charging infrastructure? Are you aware of any grants that can support rollout of charging infrastructure?
At the moment, no. At the moment, no.
All right.
What I can say on this one is, yes, if the SME who is building the infrastructure is banking with AGF partners, okay, this means that he's already benefiting in terms of guarantee. He's already benefiting of our incentives. That's what I can say. And if these infrastructure SMEs need to enhance policies, skill of its staff or things like that, we can also participate through the bank. We can share the cost for the banks, yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that response. I think we can call it a day. I don't see any other questions on the screen. Unless someone has a burning question. Is it burning? All right. Then that's the last question.
About Acorn, thanks. You've talked about Acorn Green Bond being one of the most successful there has been. Are there any new offerings on green bonds in the market or in the pipeline for this year, maybe? You've also talked about a new carbon trading platform. What are the timelines for these? When do we expect functionality? And kindly a clarification, did you say 62 companies are compliant, the listed companies? All right, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so that's business daily. You got to be careful here. So, yes, Econ was so far it's the only green bond we have in the market. Other clients are exploring. Nobody has yet put an application in, just to be very clear about that. But they're getting very interested in doing it. I think a lot of them are sort of waiting to see how pricing will behave, because bonds have really gone very pricey at the moment. But there's a lot of work going on to prepare them to come. So none at the moment. Carbon trading, we are at the initial stages. We are basically doing a county assessment to see which counties will be kind of ready, and we'll be sharing that in the course of time. In terms of the green bond market, I think we're looking at anything between 1 to 2 years from now to have a full market. But that doesn't stop us from starting an auction market, which is something we're working on. We're exploring how to start doing an auction together with other partners, and that can be anything, can happen this year. So that's where we are. And your third question was? All the ESG companies. Yes, a total of 40 companies are currently doing sustainability and ESG reporting. So it's getting better. And that's why we're saying that we want to encourage uptake, because it's really the way to go. And so integrated reporting, sustainability reporting, and very soon we'll be doing ESG ratings. So you do your report and we can tell you what % of your report is compliant and not just a nice story, because it has to be rated. And I think that's where we want to go. We want to have a market that has very strong companies that are really providing good value to their clients. None at the moment. Currently, it's not mandatory, it's voluntary. The only repercussion is at your shareholders meeting. Those are hard questions to answer. So yeah, we just encourage you to start early adoption. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that this was a very informative session as the moderator, but on my end, I've learned a lot, and I hope you have too. I'm told there's one more question on the screen. Should I? In the interests of time, there's a question to Frank. The European Parliament earlier this month passed a law banning the sale and manufacture of fossil fuel cars and vans by 2035. Will Africa be ready? Yes or no?
It's a difficult question to respond by yes or no, but for sure, Africa has a huge fossil potential, and I think we can do our energy transition, okay, by leveraging also on what we have in hand. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe just to add on to that, the question is, will Africa be ready? And I would like to say, I'd just like to refer you to a report which has been done by UNEP, which is a used vehicle import report. And you will notice that of all the vehicles which come to Africa, if you just draw a line, if you're in Ethiopia and you just draw a line, on the global, on the southern part, most of the vehicles come from Japan and China. And on the north, most of the vehicles come from Europe. So if you look at the timeline there, that tells you, yes, we will need to, the switch will actually happen here. Leave alone even there, the switch will also happen here, because you just need to look at the markets where we get our vehicles from. So we just need to start preparing.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly join me in appreciating this wonderful panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put a round of applause for Clarice Wambua for leading us through that very interesting panel. I would like at this moment to ask the panelists to retire from the stage, and please can we appreciate them with a round of applause. Wasn't that quite insightful that we had from Geoffrey on how to finance and the available financing options to us? And he told us that you can do this through bonds. And if you want an infrastructure bond, it only has to be operational for more than 3 years. The incentives that are there is that there's no withholding tax on the investor. Even from a government perspective, for those of you in those particular sectors, we have something called the preferential tax rates, where if you qualify, for example, I've seen that we have car manufacturers of local assembly plants. You can apply to have a rate of 15%. If you operate a carbon credit exchange, you can still apply to be taxed at a rate of 15%. And there are 3 other institutions. I had Geoffrey mentioning that if you're in the real estate sector, again, if you're constructing more than 100 units, you still qualify at the rate of 15%. And these are things that government is rolling out to enable you. David said that we do need to have a policy environment that encourages this. So the best thing for you to do is to engage government and engage other various groups for your own interest. When you do this, especially in the next budget cycle that commences from the 30th of August, you will be in a position to say, you as industry stakeholders, what do you want to see? Ladies and gentlemen, we also had Frank, who told us about the capacity building initiatives that they have and what is available to you from them so that you can be able to comply, especially where matters of ESG compliance are concerned. Allow me at this moment, without further ado, because we are running short on time, to invite Engineer Nixon Bukachi, who is a Senior Renewable Energy Officer from the Electricity and Petroleum Regulatory Authority for a presentation. Engineer Nixon Bukachi, are you with us? Yes, he's making his way. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Engineer Nixon Bukachi. Thank you, Engineer.
Good afternoon. My name is Hasid Okumu, not Engineer Nixon Bukachi. Engineer Nixon Bukachi could not make it today because of conflicting engagements, but I work with him at the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Maybe I could ask for the team to share the presentation. Okay, so Hasid Okumu, working with Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority under the Renewable Energy Department. EPRA is responsible for technical and economic regulation of electricity. We have a number of functions under electricity, renewable energy, energy efficiency, and petroleum. Just the next slide is a brief overview of the Kenyan energy sector. This has been presented before, so I won't dwell much on it. But as you can see, a lot of the energy that's generated in Kenya comes from renewable energy. We have a very high installed capacity for renewable energy. Most of the energy generated, around 90%, is renewable, and therefore that presents a case for adoption of e-mobility. You know, in other countries, the conversation has always been that you have all your electricity, most of electricity coming from fossil fuels, and therefore uptake of e-mobility would just mean that you're reducing, you're consuming electricity from fossil fuel, but that's not the case in Kenya. Next slide, please. So we as a country have invested a lot in development of renewable energy infrastructure. I think Kenjan spoke a bit about this. We've increased our geothermal capacity to around 800 at the moment, 800 megawatts at the moment. Wind as well, solar as well. So with that increase, there have been a number of concerns. The first concern is that there's a need for growth in demand. So we've increased our capacity, but there hasn't been a proportional increase in energy demand over the years. The effect of this is that you have higher cost of electricity for the grid participants. So because you're allocating costs for all the generation to fewer consumers. Next concern is that we have a concern on demand side management. So yes, we have enough generation capacity, but the generation capacity we have lack during peak periods, and and excess capacity during off-peak periods. So a few such statistics. Here we have a reserve margin. So reserve margin is just how much excess do you have at peak. So it's around 10%, which is slightly lower than the global recommended reserve margin at peak. And also there's a lot of energy curtailment at off-peak period. So I think most of us, instead of working at night, we are sleeping. So that's a bit of a challenge. And just to make it clear that e-mobility is now being considered as one of the key ways in which we could address these two challenges. Next slide, please. So I think for those of us in the energy sector, you'd notice that there has been a bit of a debate. Kenya Power, at the end of last year, November last year, submitted an application for a retail tariff. For the first time, that application for a retail tariff included a proposal for an e-mobility customer category. So some of the salient features of that tariff proposal was an energy charge of 17 Kenya shillings per kilowatt hours. In the previous tariff, in the current tariff that we have, there's no e-mobility specific tariff category, and therefore the users of such systems have to either either fall under a domestic client or a commercial client. So the proposal is to include a 17 shilling tariff for users for e-mobility charging stations. The proposed application also included energy limits. So energy limits would basically mean that if you consume more than 15,000 units in a month, then you would fall outside that category and you would need to fall under either a commercial and industrial client or a domestic client. And also the tariff application the tariff category proposed did not include a time of use rate. So a time of use rate is basically a 50% discount for users of electricity at off-peak periods between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. in the morning. So we have been reviewing the tariff application, and definitely some of the key features that we got from stakeholder engagement around the country and meetings with parties is that, first of all, the 15,000 unit limit on the e-mobility customer category will limit the growth of the sector in terms of charging stations, because we received comments, I think, from Basigo, who I think are represented here. So the comment was, if you have 10 buses, then you're already over the limit. So as we go forward, the key consideration is to have that cap removed. Also, another key consideration is to include a time of use rate. So that would mean that for users for charging stations that would charge over the night period, you'd get a 50% rate, so 50% of 17, which would greatly encourage the sector. And also, there's still consideration of reviewing the energy rate, maybe below 17 Kenya shillings, because the aim as EPRA at the moment is to get data on the sector. You know, this is a growing sector. We expect that in the future, e-mobility is going to play a significant role in the energy sector in Kenya. So some of the gaps that we've still noted that have not been addressed yet. So even as we review the tariff application, the first one is that the tariff application as is gives an advantage to charging stations. So if you want to set up a charging station, you'd benefit from this. For domestic clients, so someone who has a motorbike at home, an EV at home, you have set up your own charger. It's a bit complex, the discussion on how are you going to be billed, because in terms of a new customer category, then you'd have to have separate metering infrastructure. And how then does Kenya Power ensure that this person who's charging is only using it for electric mobility and not using the incentive for other energy users? The next gap that we've noted is insufficient data. So we have not yet mapped out the charging stations. We don't know how many, as a regulator, we don't know how many units we have in the country, how the energy consumption is, and that presents a challenge when you're trying to develop a tariff for this category. And finally, one of the key challenges would be development of standards. So as a country, we need to adopt or develop standards for charging stations, for EVs, and as we move towards further adoption. So I think that's it. I'd be willing to take any questions at the moment, if there are any. Yes, the gentleman in blue. Yeah. Hi.
So there has to be a collaboration between, EPRA, KPLC, and guys in the industry right now to sort of develop this infrastructure. The other key thing I'd like to ask as well is, when do we expect this to be active? Your 15 shillings and your 50%, which will take it down to maybe 7-8 shillings. When do we expect it to be active? So I think the industry players that are here, we're willing to have this conversation with you guys and assist where possible to either develop the infrastructure and sort of also map it out, because we already have it. We just need to sort of all have this discussion and make sure it's all standard and it all works for all of us. So basically what I'm asking is, when do we expect this tariff to be active? And yeah, basically.
Yeah, so to the last question, I think that's easier to answer. The timeline was about April. So in April, we should have new tariffs. That's the proposed timeline. We expect that by April, we should have the new tariffs in place. On the first comment, yes, I'm aware that the technology is available, but when you're looking at this, what you're saying is this: the billing system sort of needs to integrate with what Kenya Power already has. So Kenya Power is setting up a customer category for a charging station for e-mobility vehicles, yeah? And they already have their meters that are type approved and go through all these standards requirements. So how do we incorporate this? Yes, the functionality is available, but how do we incorporate that to now the Kenya Power system as a new customer category? Because what would mean is that if I have a domestic charger, I would essentially need 2 meters. That's the technicality, but we are still willing to have these conversations and willing to listen to proposals as well. Maybe I could take 2 or more questions, or one last question.
Okay, we can take one last question. A burning question.
Okay. I think there's none.
Right.
So in case of anything, my contacts are available and we can discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Haseeb, can we give him a round of applause? Thank you for sharing that presentation with us. So we have the last panel discussion, and apologies, we are a bit behind time. But if we can have this last panel discussion and our closing, and then we can head out to lunch. So the panel discussion is on investing in local assembly and charging infrastructure. And allow me to introduce the moderator for this discussion, and that is Engineer Anne Washera Wambugu. If she can come up to the stage, let's welcome her with a round of applause. So she is the head of electrification and electricity access She's the head of electrification and electricity access at the Electricity Research Group. And she is also a chair at UNESCO for Climate Change Resilience and Sustainability, and also works with Strathmore University. She's a graduate student. She has a master's in sustainable energy transitions. She is an electrical engineer with over 6 years experience in the energy access sector. Her work focuses on demand-side energy issues, including quality, standardization, and conformity assessment of electrical energy systems and household electrical appliances. That is a mouthful. You're very accomplished. Her research work focuses on the interaction of electrical systems and appliances, engineers, including technicians and end users. Other themes in her work are gender mainstreaming of renewable energy technologies, the use of electrical technologies to improve health outcomes in sub-Saharan Africa, energy data science, and modeling. So there are not that many female engineers, and we're so pleased to have you here. So I'll allow you to introduce your panel speakers.
Okay, I'm not sure if this is working. Yeah, okay, I'm assuming it's working. So I'd like to introduce the speakers. So I'll start with Olivia Lamenya. She is a highly skilled specialist in supply chain management with over 20 years experience in the field. Her work has taken her to different parts of Eastern and Southern Africa. And Olivia serves as general manager for an e-mobility light vehicle company called EB Mobility Kenya, where she oversees the development and implementation of supply chain strategies. Throughout her career, Olivia has demonstrated a commitment to diversity, inclusivity in the supply chain industry. She is a strong advocate for women's empowerment and has developed passion for encouraging more women to participate in the sector, both as cyclists on e-bicycles and as mechanics assembling batteries and bicycles. Olivia's expertise and leadership in the supply chain field have been recognized through numerous awards and accolades. So I'd like to welcome Olivia. You can see in the middle. So the second, dividing products covering reputable international brands in power generation, automotive, and engineering products in East Africa. As pioneers of the 2- and 3-wheeler transport in Kenya, CNG has revolutionized mobility for individuals and businesses. So the vision is to make customers smile in every street and in every town. So David, who joined CNG in 1996, he's the vice chairperson of the motorcycle subsector committee of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Welcome, David. Our next panelist is Jeremy Kimbo. Jeremy obtained a mechanical engineering degree from the University of Manchester in England, moved back to Kenya following his studies, and following a stint in engineering consultancy, joined the team at Arkride in December 2020. So he is the lead mechanic. He joined the team as the lead mechanic and aided the assembly of the first batch of electric vehicles for the company, while assisting the company set up company's bonded warehouse. His readiness to learn more around EVs, as well as teach our more junior mechanics the intricacies of working with a new type of vehicle, sees him as an excellent fit to lead the development of their production line and practical research and development based on feedback from fleet operations. So as the company has grown, Jeremy has taken on the responsibility of managing the ecosystem team, charged with the setup of Arkride's battery swapping infrastructure. Welcome, Jeremy. Okay, our last panelist to join the panel is Matt Lloyd. Matt Lloyd has three decades of experience in operational management, with a career that has included managing businesses across Europe, North America, and Africa. within a range of industries, including agriculture, pharmaceuticals, food processing, as well as automotive. Matt is a mechanical engineer and has lived in Kenya with his family for the last 20 years. Matt is now Managing Director of Associated Vehicle Assemblers, the largest contract vehicle assembler in Sub-Saharan Africa. During his time at AVA, Matt has been passionate about promoting local assembly within the country, making it accessible for all levels of importer, not just large OEMs. At the forefront of the introduction of EV assemblies, AVA are working with a number of clients on the assembly of a range of EVs, from scooters to three-wheelers to passenger, such as trucks and buses. Welcome, Matt. Okay, so I'll ask questions based on our sitting arrangements. So I'll start with Matt. So Matt, how would you describe the state of adoption of four-wheelers in Kenya? And in that sense, with respect to your profile, are we leapfrogging? Because as Kenya and the rest of the continent start building up their manufacturing capacity, China is automating. Can we compete in an environment where China is automating its factories and Kenya is, we're still using people, and people actually get paid more than a machine on a line?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think in terms of what we're seeing from the industry and the clients that are approaching us for local assembly, what we're seeing is really a wide range of different vehicles, stretching from, as we said, scooters, three-wheelers, right up to buses. But in terms of the spectrum of the range of products, they're at both ends. So there's very little in the middle. So when we talk about four-wheelers, in terms of the sort of general volumes that you see out on the roads, there's very little sort of movement. So what we're seeing is that a lot of people getting involved in scooters, three-wheelers. We're partnering with a couple of people on the bus side in terms of electric buses, but only a few people interested in coming into four-wheelers. I think if you look at, in terms of the way that we set up as contract assemblers, the reason that we have contract assemblers here in Kenya is because of the volumes. So if you go to Japan or you go to China and you look at their setups in terms of their production facilities and assembly facilities, they obviously focus on a lot of automation because they're doing the same model hundreds of thousands a year. Whereas we are focused on giving the ability of any startup, any importer, to bring in their units for local assembly in small batches. And so we'll always be labour intensive, and we only look at bringing in automation where we have bottlenecks. In terms of competition, I think it's the perfect setup for a place like Kenya and also across Africa, because nobody's going to be able to afford the infrastructure and the investment to bring in a fully automated production line simply because the volumes aren't there.
Okay, so thank you for that. My next question goes to David Chesoni. So what challenges do you think investors will encounter investing in local assembly and charging infrastructure, and how can they be addressed?
Thank you very much. Just as Matt has already mentioned, I think one of the biggest challenges that investors have in terms of putting their money in the infrastructure is the return on investment. Anyone who puts money in any sort of enterprise definitely expects to get returns on it. As we speak now, this is a very serious challenge because, and as many other presenters have already talked about, is creating that policy framework that will allow a faster adoption and therefore be in a position to scale up the volumes to be really attractive to investors. So I think as the situation stands now, I think there'll have to be a lot of collaboration between the different players in the EV sector. We'll have those who are keen in bringing the product. Then we'll have those who are keen in providing the service. I think this is the only way we can be able to work and be able to put in place some sort of the infrastructure that will support EV transition. The other issue that has to be looked into is the fact what the government is doing to incentivize this sort of investments. As things stand now, there isn't a very clear policy in terms of what the government is doing to incentivize investment in the infrastructure. Of course, there are things that are happening. There's a lot of lobbying through KM and other bodies. But I think there isn't a clear visibility in terms of how this is going to happen and when. So the truth is, this will take time. And I'm glad that we have all been seen in terms, we have all seen and heard in terms of what the government is trying to do from a legal perspective. But this may take a bit of time, and having that clarity will really help. And in terms of how to go about this, is there'll be need for the local players like ourselves, who have partners who work with partners from abroad, to see how we can work together and have some element technology transfer and have people given the right skills and to be trained so that they can be able to look after their vehicles. Because one of the key areas of concern for most buyers for their vehicles is that how do we look after them? Is the technology available locally to support in the event that I run into any sort of technical issues? So it's all these kind of things that will need to be done and create an environment where the volumes can be scaled up quickly. That will also help in terms of people coming in and investing heavily in it. And there's also the element of standardization. Because right now, each and every startup, each and every manufacturer is pursuing their own line in terms of the technology, in terms of the battery they're using. So if there isn't any element of standardization so that you can walk into any station and be able to change your battery the way you walk to any petrol station and you fuel, this, if properly addressed, it can also be able to help up scaling up the investment, the infrastructure. So those are some of the challenges and some of the few things that can be done. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll come back to you actually on the standardization after we do our round. So the next is Olivia. So Olivia, what's the potential of e-bikes in Nairobi and the rest of the country? Do we have the infrastructure for it? What kind of infrastructure do we need to set up? And how do we work to get the infrastructure in place?
So bicycles or electric bicycles are a disruptor on their own. They're not even considered the same as motorbikes and everything else. In countries like the Netherlands, there are more electrical bicycles than there are people. So is there a potential for electrical bicycles to grow in a country like Kenya? Yes, we see very many people cycling on the road. The changes that need to be made, and that's the beauty about Africa as a whole, is in Africa we are still building roads, so the changes to support these kind of new mobilities exists. The ability to plan with these in mind is something that still can be done. The ability to allow people a new form of transportation that doesn't require much adaptation is also very easy with an electrical bicycle, because for one, if you think about motorbikes and anything above that, you need a special license. Those type of assets need to be registered. You need to go to some sort of a training school for that. For an electrical bicycle, those are not considerations. When it comes to charging a bicycle, where you charge your cell phone is the exact same spot you can charge the battery for your bicycle. So there's a lot more simplicity around an electrical bicycle than there is around maybe electric motorbikes and anything above that. In terms of just the enjoyment around it, it's easier. So most people, you put them on an electrical bicycle, a smile on their face, they go. One of the mottos we have around electrical bicycles is sweat out the asset and save the man. And that's what we aim to do every day.
Thank you. That's a very nice slogan. So, Jeremy, question for you. How do you see the demand for e-mobility evolving in Kenya in the next 5 to 10 years? And what implications does this have on your investments in the sector?
I think there's a lot of potential. The demand is definitely going to pick up, I think. But I think it's one of those situations where in order for demand to pick up, the customer or the end user has to be having that confidence that there's going to be infrastructure in place for them to be able to use this vehicle reliably. I think one of the primary drivers for that increased demand will be ensuring that there's that education for the user. They know where they can find charging stations. They know how much they're going to pay in order to swap their battery or to charge their vehicle. And I think that will be one of the major things that drives that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Matt, I come back to you. The question is, what are the main factors that drive investments in local assembly and charging infrastructure for e-mobility? And with respect to, I'm talking about investments, is it because it's competitive? Is it because it's new? And what changes would we want to put in place so that the investments actually keep coming, so that the industry actually grows?
I think one of the things we should address first is the type of investments we're looking at for introducing new vehicles to be assembled. And it's not as much as people think. So one of the things that we're doing at AVA is we're setting up a dedicated EV line, because there are obviously nuanced differences between an ICE and an EV vehicle, but not that much. And if you think about the differences, in terms of moving components, on an ICE vehicle, you're talking around about 2,000. On an EV, you're talking about 20. So there's a huge difference in terms of simplification in the areas of the motors themselves and moving parts. And then if you look at the rest of it, you're talking about the trim that goes into the cabin or the body of the vehicle. So in terms of the difference between the two, and of course we at AVA are doing multiple different models of pickups, passenger vehicles, trucks, and we have the ability to move from one to the other. And I certainly see that our investment that we're making now makes it an easier move for new players to come in, and they can focus on what David was talking about in terms of after sales and making sure that they can support the end customer throughout the business. I think in terms of when we look at infrastructure and charging stations, we've spoken about a lot of what vehicles are coming in. Certainly on the scooter side, we're seeing a lot of focus on battery exchanges. So these will be central points where batteries will be charged and you come and you swap a battery to be able to continue with your business. I see the same sort of thing for three-wheelers, where we'll have central points where they will charge overnight. The other end of the scale, when we talk about buses, we can see that the investment has already been made in specific charging areas and maintenance buildings, so they come to a central point overnight to get charged. So then we're looking at the everyday man in the street who purchases an EV. Where is he going to charge it? And I think the way that we're looking at it is probably at home, because the easiest way to charge and the cheapest way in terms of the equipment that you need is to have it in the home that charges over an eight-hour period. So most people that will be owning these vehicles will be going home over the evening, charge, and glad to hear that we have different tariffs based on night usage and night charging. So the rest of it, when we were talking about infrastructure, in terms of whether it's, we spoke about 30 different stations in each city, I think the majority is going to be taken care of at home. So that's what we're looking at the moment to see if we can start manufacturing. Because any manufacturing business, to get the right ROIs, is based around volumes.
Okay.
And that's where the volumes are going to be coming from.
Okay, before we move on from you, because you said most people will be charging in the evening. So that means that there's infrastructure that's being built at the household level. During the day, that's idle infrastructure. Are there any plans on how the infrastructure is going to be used during the day? Or it's going to be, I'm just charging during the day because there's solar, and then in the evening I'm going to use it? Or is there any other productive use activities that households you think can use the battery pack system during the day as they, because that's quite an amount of infrastructure. I'm thinking if you even have 1,000 homes installing, that's a lot of battery systems in place.
I think because most of the vehicles are going to be used within the day, that's when it's going to be idle. But certainly, if you place the charging stations in apartment blocks and make them available to everybody that has an EV vehicle within that block, they can go and charge. So especially good if people on night shifts, for instance.
Okay. So moving to, I think it was David. So David, you said something about standardization. And one of the controversial things in standards and quality is normally the balance between compatibility and competition. Because if you make everyone compatible, sometimes some people will say, we talk about, for example, the issue that we have in DC. DC systems, it's not just cars. DC systems in general have a compatibility issue because every time you say, let's standardize the cable, someone says, that's infringing on my IP. So my question to you would be, is there a need for standardization in the charging infrastructure, and how can this be achieved in a way that benefits everyone? And we get past this compatibility versus competition situation that we have with IP issues?
I think this is a very interesting position we find ourselves in. And we are looking at people who are invested in research and innovation to create certain products, and obviously they need to benefit from that by selling that technology. And for a third world country, or like for Kenya, we are looking at being able to transit or to transition to EV. Now, how will that work? I think if you look at it, specifically in Europe and other developed countries, I think they are able to scale up huge volumes, and therefore, whichever way each particular company is able to position itself in a situation that and sell its competitive advantage against the other. And therefore, in that kind of scenario, it might make sense for them to stay as competitors. But in Africa, we find ourselves in a very unique situation because, one, we don't own the technology. And the truth of the matter is that if we have different companies, different people pursuing different lines, it will take us a much, much longer to transition that we want to. So this is the kind of scenario we find ourselves in, and I think a lot of conversation will have to go there. Obviously, if we standardize, the other advantage is that it might stifle innovation. Some will say, why should I invest in research and development? How do I recoup my investment in that particular research? So I think standardization is something that will happen. It will not happen immediately, but it will happen over time. And to some extent, this may inhibit that transition because, again, when we have different people look at different levels, it will be a serious, serious challenge. And if we are to really scale up, reach out to the rural areas, it will be a serious challenge, I can tell you that. So I think a lot of conversation will have to go in just to really find the way forward. And some of the other positive thing that Matt talked about is the fact that, well, if most of the products coming in might be fixed battery, then we may have people finding a solution at their home. You go home and you are able to charge. But the truth of the matter is that if you are looking at a border, this is someone who has to run maybe 150 kilometers plus. Right now, most of the EVs available in the market you are likely to do maybe 100 or slightly less. So how does this guy operate through the day? Either he has to be restricted within a certain area where he will have access to the facility, or maybe retire early for the day. So, but what if this guy could move to point B and find another battery that is similar and can be able to switch? It will obviously be an advantage. It will obviously be able to grow the sector. But you see, those are the pros and cons that maybe we'll have to deal with as the industry develops.
Yeah, I find that interesting. That's the first time I've heard where someone has used the lack of IP from Kenya in a positive light, because it means that if you don't own the technology, we can nitpick which technology we're picking and decide we want to do 48 volts, the technologies we are taking at the 48 volts one, or we want to do fast chargers, that's exactly, and this type of fast chargers, this type of cabling. So that's the first time I've seen the lack of IP being used in a positive light. Okay, you have something?
I just want to add on to that. I think David touched on most of the points. I think we can really take a leaf out of some of the other standards that have been applied in other countries that have been doing this for a bit longer.
Okay.
I think if you look at places like India, Southeast Asia, China, Japan, they've set standards on the installation of swapping cabinets and charging infrastructure to make sure that the end user is safe at the end of the day, and that there's no blowback on the end user. And from there, it allows different companies to innovate underneath that, like from that baseline, and then grow and identify exactly how they can serve the user in the best way possible.
Okay, I think the next question was to go to Olivia, but I'm going to ask you the next question. I think you're also supposed to answer the standardization question. Sorry for that. But I'm going to jump to data. So it's a data world. We all have IoT devices and all these different things that, we're collecting a lot of data. But the thing about data is that data that has not been analyzed it's useless, yeah? So what is the role of data and analytics in informing investment decisions related to local assembly and charging infrastructure for e-mobility?
I think it's very crucial. I think especially when you look at the side of charging infrastructure and battery swapping, it can help inform the decisions of the companies about where to place their infrastructure, which can benefit the user. It allows us to understand patterns of how and when users are swapping, helping companies to make more informed decisions. From an investment standpoint, it can help potential investors understand where exactly in the market is best for them to invest, whether it's on the assembly side, whether it's on the infrastructure side, whether it's on the financing side, to understand exactly how to maximize their profit and also to bring the most benefit to the people who are going to be adopting these vehicles.
Okay, do we have those capacities, or is this something, because right now in most parts of the engineering sector, I'll use engineering, you have data split from the engineering component. Do we have those capacities to do this kind of work?
Yeah, I think the potential is definitely there.
Okay.
I think it really depends on the companies and how much data points they're able to collect from their vehicles. I can use our credit as an example. We have IoT devices in our batteries, in our swapping cabinets, and in the vehicles with the ECU. So we're able to collect different data points from all of those 3 different devices and then make informed decisions from there and use analytics to be able to inform our decisions.
That's good to know. So I go back to Olivia. Olivia, what would you say a framework to fast-track e-mobility in the country should include? Like, what are the important points? What do all of us sitting here need to know so that we go out there knowing these are the things that we need to do as different stakeholders?
I think the lawyers who are here spoke about all of them. Those tax regimes, incentives, policies, standards, tariffs, all those are really important because especially because they have the financial attachment to them. So depending on how they are set up, then it will also either improve the growth trajectories we have within the industry or slow them down.
Okay.
If I take, for example, just for electrical bicycles are affected by all these factors and they are considered a motorbike. So the benefits that we were hearing do not exist for electrical bicycles. So having a change in those policies that allow for the really niche of the niche to be able to grow and also benefit from those is important. Also understanding that it's not a one-stop shop for everybody. There are different components that need to be considered for each individual class, be it three-wheelers, two-wheelers, four-wheelers, and even within the two-wheeler section, the ones which are maybe not as motorized as the other two-wheelers. Having a good understanding of how each of these tariffs, standards, policies affect each of those categories is really important as a whole.
Yeah, so we need to stratify based on, is it a two-wheeler, is it a bike, is it, okay, that's a good point. Yeah. So Matt, I'll come back to you, but I'd like to ask a question related to what you mentioned, because I was listening to you and you said something about there's a difference between assembly locally and importing parts, and then you put them together, and I didn't get what that meant exactly, which it ties into investments. So how do you envision the future of e-mobility in Kenya, and how do you investments in local and charging infrastructures support this vision? Because I picked on that, and I thought that's actually very accurate in terms of the question that you had to answer.
This is in terms of the different types of breakdown?
Yes, so you said something about some people, there's a difference where some people are doing assembly where you have a lot more employment versus some people are, having the car from South America, then it gets cut into pieces. So how does your mode of investment differ from something like that? And what should we be on the lookout for to encourage certain types of investment that bring more jobs?
So sure, let me sort of follow on from what the government has been doing over the last few years in terms of supporting the industry. And we've just got the National Automotive Policy being pushed through Parliament, which is there to try and grow the industry. If you look at the conception of the industry back in the late 70s, when the first 3 vehicle assemblers were inaugurated, up until the late 80s, early 90s, the industry, automotive, not only assembly, but also spare part manufacture was really flying. And then in the early 90s, we had a situation where we opened the doors to used vehicles and almost killed the industry. And over the last few years, the government has really been supporting to try and revive that industry. Now, one of the things, the reason I mention that is that one of the things we're focused on is to make sure that we're supporting the government in terms of employing people. And if we're not employing people, then the whole focus on that industry creation and building it up is lost. So the difference in terms of the different levels of KD, knockdown units. So at bare minimum, we have DKD, and this is what I explained, that we have certain companies that will bring in fully built units to a different country. Those are then taken apart, disassembled, but basically that is lowering the engine and the transmission, taking the wheels off, maybe taking a door handle off, putting it on a skid, sending it to Kenya, where, as I've said, 6 people take 20 minutes putting it back together again. There's also, some of those have been talked about in terms of SKD. Now, an SKD is basically the same as a complete knockdown unit, except the cab or the body is fully trimmed. So it's got the dashboard, the seats, the carpets, the roof line and everything in. Well, people use that to bring in DKDs under the guise of SKD. And again, probably 50%, 45% of the time assembling a vehicle is on doing the trim for the cabs. So when you start looking at a complete unit, as I say, it takes probably around about 60 people, 7 to 8 hours for us to completely assemble. And then once we start assembling vehicles, they come off 45 minutes, every vehicle. The second part of that is that we're trying to build up the industry for local manufacture of parts. So, of course, you can't do that with a DKD or an SKD. What you can do with a complete knockdown unit is you can start looking at other areas that we can start manufacturing in Kenya to support additional jobs. So if you look at non-critical items such as chairs, carpets, exhausts, these can all be done locally, air filters. And we can carry that onto the EV stage. So because they're very similar, we can also bring those extra part manufacturers into helping in assembling EV, something you can't do if you're bringing in fully built units or if you're bringing in SKDs. So I think it's very important that we bring EV discussion alongside the CKD discussion, local assembly that we've been having for the last 10 years.
Amazing. So I'll go to you, Olivia, actually. So I know, I wanted to know about the participation of women in the electric mobility sector. What does it look like? How many are we? What kind of work are we doing? Are we doing low-level work? Are we the mechanics? And how can we improve that?
So I'll talk specifically about EB.
Yes.
For us, it's been very intentional to find girls. It's not the easiest. I can tell you I have an aeronautical engineer, I have a mechanical engineer, I have all types of engineers, and all these are women. I have a total of 10. And these girls are just as good as the boys, and the boys are just as good as the girls. So there's the balance there. The aim is to grow them as much. It's a new industry. These are not things that are typically taught in school. So it's how do you encourage them to move from different sectors of the engineering field as a whole to come into this sector and be excited about it as much as anybody else is excited about it. And then also just showing them that there's opportunity. There's opportunity to grow and become different and set standards, set policies, set safety criteria, battery management. There's a lot within the sector that just needs to be developed and helping them to see that. So there is a lot. The 10 I am talking about are all mechanics. They are either doing the electrical work, they're either doing the framework, they are either doing the battery repairs, maintenance, build. Whatever is involved in it, they're talking about the safety standards that needed to be involved in it. So all of this is part of what we are doing to help them get better. And also to just appreciate a new sector as a whole. One of the things would be is where to find them. It's very, very hard to find. We once did a study with the girls that we have, or the ladies we have within the EB community, and most of them were the only girls who graduated in their class at the time of graduation. So it's how do we encourage them from first year, from 4, whatever, just so that they stick it out, so that we have a lot more of them come through the sector. Because you don't just want to pick them because they're girls, you want to pick them because they're girls who are good at what they do.
Thank you for that. I'd be very interested in having a conversation around that a bit more. So the last question goes to David. Yeah, actually the second last. So, because I'll ask each of you to tell me something that you'd really like us to know from the specific area, because I get these 4-wheelers, these 3-wheelers. So, but for now, David, is government policy encouraging investment? I guess we've had a conversation about government policy in charging infrastructure for e-mobility. And what would you like to see done better or faster or something like that?
Thank you. That's a very good question. Actually, what we would like to see happen faster is creating that policy framework that will help anyone who is interested in investing in EV business be able to do that. Because currently, if you want to import, say, a tuk-tuk for our case, and you're importing it separately, you'll pay 35% duty on it. And actually, the battery is the most expensive component of an EV vehicle, and for this case, for a tuk-tuk, is the most important component. So, how do you make this technology affordable? And it's really critical, because like in our case, we play a very important role in terms of how Kenyans transport themselves, either to their place of work, to their businesses, and all that kind of stuff. So, and the profile of those customers is of a certain level. So how do we make this technology available and affordable to them if the right policy in terms of taxation, duties is not in place? So the easiest thing the government can do right now is to try and make it easy, or maybe remove taxes on 1CKDs and on batteries. Because what that will do is that the three-wheelers or the items or the vehicles will become more affordable. And that's the only thing that can really scale up consumption. That's what I think, and that's what I feel. Because there are very many people who want to adopt this technology. We have many finance houses who want to help the borders, transition to using these vehicles. But it's not possible because, one, the infrastructure is not there, and two, the regulatory framework does not favor that transition.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm actually going to change the last question and ask about second-hand batteries, right? Because I think we're importing, when you talk about importing vehicles and stuff, so they're coming, so you start at 100% when it's very new, it's completely new. And then someone has used it, right? So it's coming at a certain percentage. And then at a certain percentage, that's where it comes into the country, which means it has less life. So when you say incentivizing batteries, what batteries are we talking? Are we talking about the second hands? Are we talking about the new ones?
No.
Yeah?
Actually, the most interesting situation is that if we import a second-hand vehicle today, hybrid vehicle, you'll just bring it in. There's nothing. No one will ask you a question, what is it all about? But today, if you want to bring in a vehicle that is electric and you want to do it CKD, okay, you will have to pay 35%. Although we are engaged with the government, and they are showing that you have to write to them, and then they can give you that concession. But that is unnecessary length of business because many other people want to move in. So that time we are taking to write to say concessions should just be dealt with a quick legal framework that will allow anyone with the capacity and wants to go into the business to be able to do that.
Okay, I've seen you picked up the microphone. I'd like you to, yeah.
So for electric bicycles, all the batteries are new, so that's not a problem for for electrical bicycles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Uh-huh.
On the side of two-wheelers, I think it's important to bring in first life cells, cells that are brand new.
Okay.
In the e-mobility space, as you mentioned, once the state of health gets to around 80%, the viability for mobility goes down. They're not as efficient, and so the user is not getting as much bang for their buck. So it's easier if you bring in first life cells, and it also depends on the cell chemistry, but they can be repurposed for solar home use, as was mentioned earlier. So when you bring in second life cells and cells that have been used abroad, it really increases the cost for the user, as they're going to have to replace that battery a lot sooner than when they would normally have to if they were buying a brand new vehicle. And that just drives up the cost. It makes it less viable. And you have situations where in other countries where people, when their batteries die, they just abandon the vehicle and they just leave it and they move on.
Yeah, so that means that for the lawyers, that means that we need to stratify the kinds of batteries that are coming into the country. It's not just batteries, there's new and there's already used batteries. Very big difference. So I'm going to take questions in a second. I think one last thing I have for Matt is end of life. Do we have a pipeline from end of life of batteries to, or anyone else who has an answer? Because these end of life batteries can be used in other industries like solar. Is that a conversation we're having right now? Or are we so much at the beginning of electric mobility that we're not having that conversation yet? Do we have a pipeline from this sector to the renewable energy sector where this battery is going to be used?
I think the real answer is that we're right at the beginning of the transition into EV. And also if you look around the world, they're also only now looking at what they can do with these used batteries. I think it was mentioned earlier that when a battery from an EV gets down to 80% or just below, then you start having problems with the vehicle. But it's still 80%. And a lot of work has been ongoing, especially in China, where they can reuse those batteries in buildings to act as an inverter. So it's right at the beginning. Certainly, I'm not involved in any research and development looking at used batteries as yet.
Okay, so you have, and then we'll open the floor to the questions. I think I'll mostly get the questions from Menti, but I'm going to take maybe 1 or 2 questions from the crowd.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential in the market. There's a gap for someone to come in and create businesses, people to come in and create businesses where they repurpose those cells. They buy them from EV companies, deconstruct them, and then repurpose them for other uses.
Okay.
I think it'd also be important to have some sort of policy in place, just to have a formalized way of dealing with how some of these batteries are disposed of, just because some of the cell chemistries can be quite dangerous. So we don't want those materials or those elements leaking into like water or into the earth.
Okay. Yeah. Question from you.
Small contribution just to say that it's really important to have a look at the local content, because in most of the industry, Africa is just at the bottom, user. We pay, we use. We have cocoa, we are paying chocolate. So in this EV value chain, as the solar is here, I don't know, we saw that in DRC, we have this cobalt, all this thing. In terms of local content, where are we sitting in this value chain? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? I can't see any questions on Menti, so I think...
I have a question. We expect about 5 million Bodas to come to market by 2030, and with every Boda having an equal or a worse footprint than an SUV in Europe, I think that the climate urgency is real. So getting to volume, as was resonated on the panel, is important. I don't hear a lot about supply chain. I think supply chain is one of the key bottlenecks in getting to volume. And we are very much looking to collaborate with anyone across the supply chain to push this, accelerate this transition. So my question would be, what actions can we take collaboratively to smooth that supply chain? Because I hear things about policy, and I think that's an issue, but we see almost an unlimited demand for electric vehicles, whether it's a bus or a bicycle or a Boda. So policy will accelerate it a bit by reducing the price, but the demand is there also at a higher price today. I think we need to bring products to market fast. So my question across the panel is, what can we do together to smooth that supply chain?
I think I will let her start, because I think she had supply chain in her profile, and then Matt can also respond. And then I think that's the end of our panel after that.
Yeah, so when you look at it from that perspective, and you look at what the border society does, is a lot of it is business driven. One of the things we as EB have done is we have something called fulfillment. Fulfillment is where we allow anyone who's looking to do business through the platforms. So the platforms are Jumia, Glovo, Carrefour, those guys. We will then act almost as a guarantor for you to get some sort of delivery services through them, and then be able to buy an asset over a period of time. The biggest thing would be then to do collaborations or find synergies with other businesses that are looking to do that, and then find how we can grow that last mile logistics space for these guys. Because a lot of the guys would then take on an asset like a bicycle, a motorbike. Obviously, it's to do business. So how are they doing that business? How do you support them? How do we get financiers to be able to help them to own the asset? How do we reduce the costs? Because the biggest thing is, if the asset is too expensive, these guys can't take it on. But that's for the last mile space. The distribution and the bringing in of these assets does definitely need the policy in place. If we're bringing in assets that people cannot afford, then we're just bringing in a lot of things which will be difficult to send out, because the most the people who I am looking at are in the last mile delivery space.
Okay.
There's also a wait list of 9 months. So there are people willing and able to apply, and I know it's not the mass market, but there is a market for it. So I'm talking more about the upstream and getting these below their high price. I think we can start already at scale.
Yeah, it's possible, yes. But that's for maybe motorbikes and stuff. I'm more in the bicycle space. So yeah, so for me it would be to see the synergies with for the fulfillment space, not necessarily for how to bring the assets which are called motorbikes into the market.
Okay, so I'll let Matt, because Matt was supposed to respond, so I'll let Matt respond and then we close the session.
Maybe quickly. I think in terms of the costs of bringing in used vehicles from the UK, from Europe, here, I mean, that is the nature of the duty structure. I think the answer to that is obviously to encourage these OEMs to start bringing in vehicles and assembling locally. Certainly Tesla are not going to build a plant in Athi River anytime soon. But I think what we offer in terms of contract assemblers is an ability to bring in small numbers and assemble those so they're available in the market for a reasonable price. Just to mention and finish off in terms of supply chain issues, certainly they're there. And I think, as David said, the biggest problem is the lack of policy and the clarity of what policies are there. Certainly every time that you try and bring in kits through customs, if you get a different customs officer, you get different questions and you get different codes that are being thrown at you. There needs to be clarity to have that. And one final thing to say that those people that are involved in the EV scene at the moment, like yourselves, like Basigo and Olivia, I think we have to recognise that you are paving the way for everybody else. And I think I'd like to just recognise you for doing that, because where all the OEMs are sitting back and seeing what happens and no rush to make a change, you guys are doing it. So well done for that.
Okay, so that, yeah? Local content. Okay,
Let me just comment on the local content. For the last 3-4 years, although this at the moment does not apply to EV, in the motorcycle sector, there is a requirement that you have that local value addition. And the truth is, when this transition happens, obviously, some of the parts which are basically standard, which are the carriers, the side stands, the filters, and all that, will obviously, but the filters won't apply with the electrical anyway, the side stands and all that will be manufactured locally. So, in fact, what will happen is that this will create more opportunities for the local companies and more opportunities for people to be employed, because it's already happening in certain segments already.
Okay.
In the motorcycle segment, yeah.
Okay. So, anything?
No, I think just to add on to what David said, as much as, the government is putting the policies in place and the standards, not the standards, but the parallel to Legal Notice 112 for electric mobility will be implemented, I think manufacturers also have to be empowered and be given opportunities to, be given policies that can help them create some of these parts and some of these things that we'll be using on the vehicles at a cheaper rate, so that they're also able to scale up as the production is scaling up on the EV side.
Okay. So I think that's it. I think we've brought our session to the end.
Thank you so much, Engineer Anne, and your very distinguished panel speakers. At this point, because we are aware that time is not on our side, we would like to close this session. We will invite Mr. Lloyd Moniki, who is from the ICC team, to give a closing remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for Leo to come, please let's just appreciate the panel one more time. We heard from Matt Lloyd, who spoke of the importance of them being labor intensive and only employing automation where there are bottlenecks, thereby they are supporting government as government supports them. So to that extent, Matt Lloyd, thank you very much for ensuring that you're getting our people employed. We have David Jasoni, who spoke on the importance of the establishment of a policy infrastructure and standardization of the industry to ensure fair competition, to which we had our very able panelist, engineer Anne Washera, challenges to ensure that we stratify the importation of those particular batteries, and more importantly, that we think through the idle infrastructure during the day. We had Olivia Lamenya telling us that since Africa is a growing continent and we don't have fully built infrastructure, we can plan the infrastructure with EVs in mind and ensuring that the infrastructure we're putting in place is sustainable and accommodates it. And of course, we had Jeremy Kimball, who spoke on the importance of educating the user and the charging cost and the role of data in informing the decisions, whether to invest in the infrastructure side or whether to invest in the manufacturing side. And I think from that, we have been that much more educated. And I hope that we do have the answer to the very important themed question of today. Is e-mobility and infrastructure investment a viable and sustainable business venture? And I think the answer to that is yes, and we have the respective stakeholders in this room to bring that resolution to life. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been your moderator this afternoon. My name is Karan Mushiri, and I've been joined by my co-moderator, Ms. Tabitha. Over to you, Mr. Leod Mwaniki. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand for Leods.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Karanu and Tabitha. You already did the wrap up. So mine is, because I stand in between ourselves and lunch, so I'll be very, very brief. This is an actual wrap up. Is to really, really appreciate us for making time. Of course, to our directors, Samuel Ndurito and Julius, for staying on and for putting this together. Thank you so much to, of course, our Secretary General, whom you might not know very well. Some of us do not know her. Her name is Pascalina Kagunda. She's sitting at the back. And of course, all the leaders in this room. Let's appreciate Pascalina. She's a Secretary General of the ICC or ICC Kenya. And of course, our private sector leaders who are here, distinguished guests, e-mobility leaders, all our guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and thank you so much for staying on. We also do have our guests who have stayed on online. Thank you so much for joining and staying on, for engaging us. You've put in a lot of questions. Also, of course, our wonderful MCs who've done a wonderful job here. Would also want to appreciate our partners. KCB Foundation and KenGen have really made this event possible. And we'd like to appreciate them. Let's appreciate our partners, KCB Foundation and KenGen. We also do have some other quiet partners. We have Chams Media, it's a media production company. They have been supporting us. I know you'll see a couple of videos done from the panels that were here, done by that team. And of course, we do have KEPSA, which is a Kenya Private Sector Alliance, which has been hosting the ICC here in Kenya. So again, just to highlight a couple of things that I had here that were opportunities. I had a couple of opportunities here, an opportunity for tax incentives. I would not want to call some of these challenges because I think it's an opportunity for us, for all of us to work together to see how we can drive this change. So for tax incentives, although we have been, I know it was mentioned extensively here that we do have incentives for locally manufactured vehicles, but there's a bit more of that to be done from what I picked up. We also have an opportunity, again, for us to put in place a fiscal and non-fiscal incentive, again, to just like we've had in Rwanda, that Rwanda has a very good non-fiscal policy that encourages e-mobility to thrive. Also, we have the opportunity for businesses to embrace sustainability. We've been challenged a lot by our speakers since morning. How can we look at various ways, not just on the EV side, but what else can we do? And I picked some of the conversations that we had from Raylene from ICC and what we were told by our colleague from Biofoods. So you can already see the challenge to all of us businesses on what we could do to be sustainable. Then some of the exciting takeaways that I had here is that KenGen plans to roll out 30 EV charging stations. This is good news as we're talking about charging infrastructure. So there's a lot of key takeaways that are coming out from this session. I will not read out all of them so that I don't take so much of our time. I will now proceed to guide us on where we'll proceed to lunch. We'll actually just walk up this way. There's a door here. It will be open and this will be brought up. We'll all proceed down to lunch. I would like to thank you so much for coming. We've come to the end of the session, but do expect to hear from us. We'll send you an email with some of the key takeaways from this session and a brief, and of course, some of the next steps that we are looking at as a commission. But even as we proceed to lunch, let me just quickly highlight how can you take part and how can you take advantage of ICC Kenya. So ICC Kenya has been really mentioned by our director here, so I will not dive into that, but it's to tell you how can you become a member. So ICC Kenya is a membership body. The mother organization is actually the International Chamber of Commerce based in Paris. So usually it has what we call national committees, various of them around the world, and ICC Kenya is one of the national committees. Becoming a member is easy. We do have 3 categories. You can become an individual member. That's if you're a professional in any space, we do have opportunity for you to serve within ICC. You can also be a member as a company. Again, there's an opportunity for you to serve within what we call commissions, similar to what you've seen at the back here, which is the Environment and Energy Commission. So at the moment, we have 3 others. The most other known commission is on ADR and arbitration. Actually, a lot of people think ICC mainly handles arbitration work. It's our most known commission. We have another one, which is the Banking Commission, and we have another one that is called the Customs and Trade Facilitation Commission that handles issues relating to customs and trade facilitation. So what ideally would be your benefits? There's various opportunities for you, and mostly for arbitrators, it's very clear. Most of them want to practice. They want to get opportunities to serve with the court, the International Court of Arbitration. So we lead them in that direction as the national committee. And we do have appointments that are made because of our presence here in the country. Then the other thing that we do is you get an opportunity to interact with the various ecosystem and network of ICC members around the world. So we do have national committees almost in every other country, especially in Europe and the Americas. So you get an opportunity to network with those countries. Then we also allow you an opportunity to sit in various international platforms. So, for example, we have some of our leaders here who sit at the international level and contribute to rule making, for example, for the banking. So banks make rules every day, for example, on trade finance, and some of our members actually sit in those committees that make those rules globally. So there's a lot I could talk about ICC here. Let me not take so much of your time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming today, and do expect to hear from us. Wishing you a lovely afternoon.